Good evening, everybody, and welcome to another exciting episode of Pokemon Rebuilders. I am your host, Youngster Groudon, and joining me tonight are my wonderful players. We have Nixaris.
Hello, hello, hello.
We have Himbo.
Good evening.
We have Frey.
Hail and well met.
And Strider should be joining us a little later. They're just a little bit delayed by real life stuff. Hopefully we'll be seeing them in a bit. In the meantime, though, how are we all doing tonight?
I have a pizza fresh out of the oven and I'm ready to go.
Ready for Pokemon.
Awesome.
I am as alive as I can be, so let's keep going.
Then, with that, I suppose we'll just get right into it then, shall we?
Woo!
So, where we last left off.
Well, first things first, I'm going to read off the introduction for any new listeners or watchers we might get.
Well, I was assuming that would go somewhere, yes.
It has been 100 years since the Grand Meteor Delta has struck the Earth and laid waste to society. People and Pokemon have retreated into underground bunkers called Cloysters to survive and wait out the devastation. There, they have waited and planned for the time they would one day re-emerge into the new world. To this end, the Rebuilder Corps was formed with the purpose of exploring, charting, settling, and rebuilding society in the new world for humans and Pokemon alike. Among them are our heroes, Layla the Survivalist, Jakob the Caretaker, Toshiko the Scientist, and Ace the Salvager. However, as the Cloysters open up to this strange and harsh new world, the Rebuilders may find it not as empty as they had initially imagined. Which brings us to our recap. That's not the right song. Here we are. When we last left off, our heroes had some more time to themselves throughout the Cloyster, but, Toshiko and, Layla had apparently encountered something of another falling out with one another after, getting into some more discussions with Zinnia. Toshiko still believes that Zinnia is an ally, but Layla was unconvinced, so under pressure and duress, she convinced Zinnia to elaborate, and Zinnia revealed that though she tried to save the world with Rayquaza, she was unable to do so, and unable to destroy the meteor, causing it to simply break apart and smash into the world, creating the devastation before them. Before that, though, Ace and some of the other crew managed to find an underground cavern with which to build their secret base upon. Under there, he also found some scrap and some stones. There was also a bit of shopping being done. And thus we resume our story. Sorry if that was a little out of line. I had a little bit of trouble remembering, I'm going to be honest.
I suppose that's a problem of recapping a Downtime episode. There's not much to recap on those.
Mm-hmm.
But you did good.
Toshi got bullied by a capitalist.
Oh yeah,
And
that's
an
right.
And an ableist.
And we yelled at a ghost until it got PTSD.
Joke's on you, the ghost already had PTSD.
In any case. So, we shall open back up to Toshiko.
Toshiko is in the lab checking on the plant blood that she put in the centrifuge to try and see if she can identify the stuff in it. If it's closer to like a plant sap or like the mechanism for transporting nutrients and oxygen and stuff.
All right, so
She's done a lot of talking, so she is ready to just not talk and just data mine.
the analysis is almost done. It's just going to take another minute or so. In the meantime, you will be approached by Professor Sakura very slowly and carefully. You okay, Toshiko?
Toshiko, after a brief pause, nods. A lot of talking today.
Sounded like you got into a pretty bad fight with Layla.
Well, Layla's worried. I think maybe a little unreasonably so. But her job is to worry for us, I guess.
She gets that from Surge. Apparently, growing up, she and Surge spent a lot of time together. Almost like a second father in a way. You know how much she, well, how much she has a sort of a similarity to his, way of doing things.
He has good qualities to emulate.
Yeah. Even if he can be a bit hot-headed and stubborn sometimes. But I know it does come from a good place. And I believe it's the same with Toshiko. Or, I believe it's the same with Layla.
I know, her paranoia is hurtful to... I don't always know what to say. I tried saying things and it didn't really work.
Sounds like there might be a bit of a lack of understanding from both sides.
Toshi shrugs.
I'd say take a breather, give yourself some time to cool off, and try again to reconnect before you leave. You guys are teammates. Despite your differences and conflicts, you're all you have out there.
Toshi nods.
I'll let you get back to work.
Toshi waves.
Mm-hmm. And with that... excuse me. With that, the chemical analyzer will beep to signal its analysis is complete, and it will display the results on screen. And sure enough, the substance found is almost like a strange hybrid of human blood with like plant chloroplast properties.
sunlight might not be enough for them, but with this, they definitely wouldn't have to eat as much. Need more data to know for sure.
Still, this does confirm one thing. There has been quite a significant mutation, or possibly even an evolution, within the humans on the surface of the superior tribe.
We've seen similar mutations with, like, the Vaporeon tribe as well. A lot of interesting stuff going on biologically.
Quite the fascinating discovery, says Professor Grand Oak.
It really is. If the results are done, Toshi would probably go over and share with Professor Cypress.
All right. You go over to Professor Cypress's desk and put down the results. She will take a quick look at them. Interesting. But how is that even possible?
Well, the totem Pokemon seem to be giving off energy. That might have something to do with it, where each totem imparts some of their nature to the surrounding people over time. The Vaporeon tribe adapted as well in a sort of similar manner. Titus, like, had gills or whatever. He seemed able to well adapted for aquatic environments.
I see. Yes, I think I recall seeing him, and some members of his tribe do possess a strange discoloration of the skin, as well as a what appeared to be gill slits on their necks. I didn't know if those were just makeup or ceremonial or not, though.
He seemed really good at swimming.
Looks like there's a whole lot we can discover from our new neighbors yet.
Toshiko nods, smiling, very excited.
Oh, that reminds me. Your folks actually came by looking for you. I told you that you were out with your friends.
Oh, I was meaning to go stop by later. Are they...
It didn't seem urgent. They just wanted to see you again, I guess.
Well, it's almost dinner, I think. After dinner, then.
After dinner, then. Speaking of dinner, where's Jakob and what's he doing right now?
Well, after his last excursions and his experience with Chef Machamp, he has been relatively self-assured and has been feeling quite well. So himself and Robin are going to be attending to their usual work of being a sous chef for Chef Machamp and not trying to do anything to rock the boat, not trying to take their place or anything, just working in the normal way they usually do, even knowing that they did recently beat them in a fight.
Indeed. So, as you work the kitchen and head back to deliver the fresh berries from the lab to Professor Machamp. Not Professor Machamp, that's a whole other thing.
That would be amazing. I'm not saying Blitzy. I'm just saying.
Oh my god, no.
The future is now.
Chef Machamp. You deliver the berries to Chef Machamp, who will take them and offer you a smile and a thumbs up with a grateful Machamp. And then he will pass them over to Sous Chef Scyther, who will promptly start to cut and dice them up for a berry salad mix.
Excellent. Let's just get back to work the way we always have.
Mm-hmm. That said, roll me a perception roll.
Machamp with a PhD.
8.
Alright, yeah, so that is enough for you to notice that as you work through the kitchen tonight, things are actually going pretty well with relatively no distractions. Not even from Robin, which is highly unusual. You look down, and as you see Robin working...
I would say, nope, not thinking about it, not gonna let the chaos happen. I will not manifest the chaos by thinking about it.
Fair enough, but still, you can't help but glance down at Robin a bit, and you see that as he works, he looks a bit down. Or worried.
Oh no. Oh no. How long until we're done with our shift? How long until we're done with cooking?
Couple hours.
Okay, I'm going to see if I can bring out Yoshi to tag in for some of the cooking and take Robin to the side and give him a talking to. This is not like him. If he's unhappy around food, then something truly is drastically wrong.
Mm-hmm. So, you send out Yoshi, and sure enough, Yoshi is more than able to pick up the slack for a few minutes while you try and pep Robin back up.
So what's the problem today, Robin? I honestly, the way you've been lately, I couldn't be more proud of you. So is something wrong? Are you in pain? Are you hurt?
Make me a Pokemon education or intuition roll. With a +2 from this being your Munchlax, who you've basically had by your side since the beginning of your Pokemon career.
Not great, but I'll take it, I guess.
Mm-hmm. That's actually pretty good, relatively speaking. 10's a pretty safe threshold most of the time.
They can't all be 19s.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so you look to Munchlax, and as he sort of like tries to communicate, you will see him sort of like... First he will take his beanie and sort of like pull it back to about neck length, and then after that he will sort of hold up a hand up to his eye in the motion of like Toshiko with her camera, and then he'll just sort of look back to you sort of like concerned as he like sort of spreads his hands apart, looking worried. Which you believe to mean he's worried that the fight between Toshiko and Layla will split apart the team.
Oh, okay. It was either that or thinking that you were disappointed that Toshiko hadn't asked you to star in a month-long calendar of the faces of beautiful Pokemon.
Yeah!
Yes, you could. You would be the star.
Yeah!
Exactly. You're one of the cutest Pokemon we have in the entire Cloyster. I think it's a winning strategy.
He smiles at the thought of that, but then quickly returns to a slightly dour expression as his fear remains.
Who do you think I should talk to first, really? Do you think I should try and talk to Toshiko or Layla? Or maybe talk to them both at once?
Have Munchlax make me an intuition roll. Who saw that one coming?
I did not, I will confess.
He's bad at it, but that's a great roll.
Alright. He is going to once more slick back his beanie to emulate Layla's hair.
Okay, so I go talk to Layla first, and then after talking to Layla, we go talk to Toshi about taking a bunch of pictures of you. That sounds like a great plan. Now, do you want to be there when I talk to Layla, or would you like to be somewhere else?
Munchlax stands proud and shows that he wants to stand by the team.
Alright, you'll be with me then. Good. So, we have to make sure that we finish our work, and as soon as we are finished with our work, we will go ahead and we will talk to Layla. Yes?
He says with a salute, then puts his hand down, sort of looks at the basket behind him, reaches in, grabs a potato, starts to shove it into his mouth.
I will give him a nod in return, and then I will continue. Giving him a singular potato in exchange for the morale boost it will give is more than worth it.
That said, as you let him eat the potato, you will see a bit of a glare from Sous Chef Scyther.
Fucking find us. Do it. Chef Machamp did.
Scyther will let it slide for now, but he's not too fond of the help eating the ingredients.
Yeah, well, we're hot to trot right now and full of spunk because we are ready to fight, so let's go.
Apparently. Yeah, flashback to the Discord comic. Which...
Go ahead.
That beautiful masterpiece.
We will show that probably later during the break.
Make my
Heck
day.
yeah.
No, we're going to continue cooking, and you can continue cooking, and everyone will be okay.
Wonderful. Alright. So then, with that said and done, Layla, what are you currently up to?
She's probably in her room, trying not to... brooding. She's brooding. She's in her room brooding, trying not to punch the wall. Actually, she probably has a punching bag in her room and she's punching it.
Nice.
Brienne is probably out on the bed with Angel draping next to her and Hone and Caliburn leaning up on the bench.
Mm-hmm.
They look like they're about to record a new goth metal album. It's very scenic.
So, as you, throw punches relentlessly, trying to work through your fury and frustration, you will suddenly feel a tap at the back of your shoulder.
Layla's gonna spin around, her fist in the air in a defensive fighting stance.
Alright, so then... you will see Toshiko standing behind you, making a mocking expression with one finger pulling her eye down and her tongue stuck out at you.
Layla is going to ignore Celine and continue punching.
You're going to hear grumbling from behind you as you don't give Celine the response she was looking for.
Get used to disappointment. I need to, apparently.
Command.
Oh, dang it, hang on. Command, where have you gone? There you are.
Alright. Celine will then sort of like... Well, first she'll assume her regular Zoroark form once more. And then... she will actually, move over and brace the punching bag from behind.
With kind of a stoic nod, Layla takes a deep breath to try and focus herself. And she continues punching along, this time treating it as an actual training exercise.
Combat.
Aight. Wait. Oh yeah, no. That's the right.
It may not have been the most pleasant experience, but this and the cooperation of your Pokemon is actually starting to build up your skills a little bit. Take a +1 to combat rolls for the rest of the day.
Oh, how nice! Not sure how much I'll need it, but that's cool.
Mm-hmm. Furthermore, you actually, by the time you finish, see Celine with a look of buried respect and even sympathy in her eyes for you.
Layla's gonna sigh. Thanks. I needed that. She's gonna hold up her hand in kind of like a weak high five mode.
Zoroark will tilt its head.
Brienne, can you show her?
Brienne will just sort of like hold out her arm and then take the other one to grab Celine's arm. Celine's gonna sort of like snarl a bit as she as Brienne reaches to touch her.
Brienne, on me.
Right. Brienne looks a little embarrassed.
It's okay, just give her space.
Brienne walks back over to you and holds up her hand.
Layla's gonna bring her hand close to Brienne and interlock her fingers with her claws in a solidarity kind of pose.
Aw. And then Brienne will look over to Celine and just sort of nod and say, Flexo! While gesturing to go and try it as if it's sort of like a now you sort of a gesture. Celine will grumble once more and sort of like walk over and hold out her claws.
Layla will take it gently and grasp her claws and give kind of a gentle solitary squeeze.
Alright. Layla, make me a command roll once more, please.
Ouch.
Alright, let's see what she got.
It's a 9, not as bad as it could be, but...
Yep. Could be worse. So now I am going to have Zoroark make a focus roll.
The problem is, I don't know if I want her to get better or worse than me. And yes, Blitzy, while Beckett is rolling that, Dreepy does take a long time. In the games, I know he does. But in here, I believe Dreepy evolves at level 20. So it's not as long as in the games.
Yeah, in the tabletop, a lot of Pokemon have their evolutionary levels kind of shorthanded and streamlined. It's a mixed bag in my opinion, but that's neither here nor there right now. So, they got a 14, so as they sort of lace and lock hands with you, they will then sort of start to clench and dig their claws into your skin a little bit with a smirk.
Layla's gonna take it without flinching.
We'll call that combat.
Oh, I got that plus 2. Jesus! Hella boxcars!
Damn.
Jackpot!
That's like a JV perfect roll.
Pretty much. Shit.
Anyway, yeah, so you don't even so much as flinch as you feel like Zoroark actually even sort of like prick and break the skin a bit, and the little streams of blood trickle down your wrist. And then Celine will see this and then just sort of like pull away and just sort of like walk off, arms crossed.
Like I said, get used to disappointment.
You'll then see Celine heading for the door.
Where do you think you're going?
Looks back, just sort of like grunts, then goes to open the door.
Look, if you want to go out, I gotta come with you.
Brienne goes and, like, sort of, like, stands in front of her. Flexi! Can I have a Brienne intimidate?
You sure can. As soon as I get her character sheet out. I really need to choose a different button instead of the control button for my push to talk. Intimidate, here we go. Oh.
Oof.
Ouch. Bran does not have the 411 on this. Jesus.
Oh my god. Yeah, Selena's not impressed. As she rolls the exact same fucking numbers as before with her focus roll. And she's about to use Fury Swipes on Brienne.
Layla is going to go and grab her wrist.
Combat roll. Alright.
I suppose in a way this would be an intercept, but no, I guess I'm grabbing her wrist, so.
Yeah, also I'm not following traditional combat mechanics here.
And the plus key or the period key. You know what? That's actually a good idea, Blitzy. I should change that.
But yeah, so before she can swipe, you are able to grab and hold back her claws.
Do you want to go out and explore this place?
Pokemon education or intuition.
Which one am I better at? Let's find out, kids. They're both the same. Great.
You don't know what the fuck she wants. She's probably just being sore.
You know what? Fine. We'll be fucking sore together. Let's go. Better than being sore in a cooped up old room. Come on, let's go. And she'll open the door and
the minute you open the door, she makes a break for it. Opposed athletics rolls.
Not enough, baby.
She's got the speed, but you know the terrain better, and you are able to get an upper hand and intercept her before she can get too far out of your sight. And then Brienne will come charging behind to make the flank. Flexing! 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 Flexing!
You done? At this point, Layla just looks unamused and annoyed. I'm fucking trying here. Are you fucking done?
Celine looks like she's begrudgingly ready to cooperate.
Oh god, I left the two ghosts in the room. Shit. Come on. Let's at least pick up the other two and then we'll walk around.
Alright. As you go back to the room, you look at the clock and see that it's almost time for the dinner rush.
Great.
What's wrong, Celine? Mother, darkness imprisons me, and all that I see is absolute horror. So, stop listening to Metallica. Get back to work.
Is somebody hungry? Let's get you some num-nums.
Angry, I guess. Layla will
what?
Layla will collect Angel and Caliburn. Debate.
Oh.
I don't want to deal with them. I don't want to deal with them. But Brienne's gonna get upset if we miss food, so come on, let's go.
Brienne trots happily off towards the cafeteria.
Brienne can go on her merry way. She's a big girl, she knows the way. Layla's just gonna grumble as much as Celine is, with Drapey around her wrist and Caliburn at her side.
Jeeva's gonna sort of like twirl and skitter up your arm and try and sort of like hug and nuzzle your neck and collarbone to try and cheer you up.
Layla's gonna pull Angel away from her face, but is gonna try to give reassuring rubs on her body to kind of show that I'm not in the mood, but I appreciate that you're trying. Plitzy, gonna find Celine laying in a bed listening to Evanescence. Yep, you probably are.
Call my name and save me from the dark types. Anyway.
So Layla and the rest of them will make their way to the cafeteria.
All right. So, as you make your way to the cafeteria, you will eventually reach your turn to get some food. And, as always, you will be seeing Jakob working behind the counter.
Layla's not going to make eye contact with him. She's not even going to speak to him. She's just going to get her food and get out of line as soon as she can.
As you get your food, you will also see that there is a pony radish on there as well. My six.
I'm watching to see if she is broken by munchlax.
She's going to give the pony radish to... She's going to break the pony radish and give it to Brienne and offer it to Celine to see if she'll take it.
She will sniff at it, and then she'll take it, sort of like skewer it on her claws, and take a bite out of it, with just sort of like that trying look, and as she like tastes it, After a few chews, her eyes will just sort of like widen, and then she'll just start like devouring it.
I'm gonna give Munchlax a thumbs up. It's good work, Munchlax.
Layla is just gonna keep moving in line.
Munch.
I just want to say, OOC, I feel so bad playing a dick.
It's alright. We're working through it. Actually, on that unrelated note, we're gonna jump back over to Toshi, who is in the lab, continuing to work when she will once again be approached by Professor Cypress.
Toshi perks up.
Work coming along okay?
Toshi nods.
You remembering to take care of yourself too?
He looks around confused, looks at the clock. Ah! Is it dinner time?
It is indeed dinner time. In fact, it's a little past dinner time.
Whoops! Toshi will put her things away and get ready to leave.
Psyche will help out, telekinetically brushing some of the stuff into your bag, and then just sort of like shrugging as it like shakes its head as you run off before swiftly following behind on its little floating psychic surfboard tail.
Toshi would probably go with Professor Cypress. Probably not talking, but
Cool.
just enjoying the company.
All right. So then, both you and Professor Cypress will arrive at the cafeteria. You make your way through the line. A few minutes later, you are both at the food counter. Evening, Jakob. Munchlax. Munchlax! Good to see you too.
Toshiko will point at the things that she is requesting for her various Pokemon.
Yep. And Professor Cypress will just ask for a house special, which is the berry fruit salad tonight.
I do appreciate you all bearing with me. Ever since I pulled a muscle in my back, I've learned that I'm actually 89 years old.
Oof.
That
And
is
moving is pain.
that is unfortunate.
You know, back in the good old days that I lived through, being that I'm 89, back when Pokemon was on TV, but in black and white before they had these fancy Pokemon in color.
Ha! Anyway.
You know, I was about to make a joke about anime in black and white, then I totally remembered that shit exists. Never mind.
Yeah, Pokemon Black and White is a thing, technically. But that is slightly different in context. Regardless, basically, Professor Cypress and Toshiko have now approached your counter as well, and they seem to be in slightly better spirits than Layla was, at least, but Toshiko's still being pretty silent.
Yeah, it's not harder to be in better spirits than Layla right now.
Fair enough. In any case, so...
Yeah, Toshi's expression is engaged and relatively positive, but she isn't talking.
So by the time you reach the end of the line with your tray, you will look around for somewhere to sit. And as you do, you will also see Layla looking for a place to sit as well. Make me a perception roll.
Just Toshi or both of us?
I was gonna say you too, Layla. Alright, you are both able to find empty tables, should you want them.
Two different empty tables or the same empty table?
Different empty tables.
Toshi has a moment of indecision, but follows Professor Cypress rather than
Yep.
being confrontational. She's had enough of that for a day.
Well, you will see Professor Cypress is making her way over to Commander Surge's table. Professor, this seat taken? You're always welcome. Thank you. Ah, Toshiko.
This is so dating.
Will you be joining us?
If I may.
Of course. And he gestures for you to take a seat as well.
Toshi will sit.
Not sure if I said this or not already, but your battling skills were on point today. You've really come a long way.
Toshiko nods in thanks.
So are you waiting on the rest of your team, or... and then Cypress is just gonna have just sort of like this, like, shaking her head, serious, stern look. I guess it doesn't matter. You're eating, and that's what's important. And then suddenly Surge is gonna do sort of a double take at Psyche. Is that Psyche?
Toshiko nods, excited.
Which reminds me, zoop, other side of the cafeteria, and what was it? Get on there. Yep. Ah, he used double team.
Oh no! Two surgeons. Celine, stop
Double
it!
surge power! Call it a power surge.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I just thought of an awful joke question that I am going to spare you guys from for the sake of this lovely dinner conversation.
Put a pin in it, save it for when we least expect it.
Anyway, so yeah. That's incredible! You finally became a Raichu! And an Alolan Raichu at that! Raichu! Never thought I'd be able to see a Alolan Pikachu. Let alone an Alolan Raichu. Honestly, I forgot for a minute that, she was an Alolan Pikachu. It is a very subtle difference, to be fair. There's no actual dimorphism between the two, or, regional variants. At least in the Pikachu and Pichu stage. However, if you look at their fur, there is some slight textural differences. I'm rambling again, aren't I? It's alright. I don't mind it. It makes you happy, so go for it. Thanks.
Toshi's kind of smiling to herself, watching the exchange as she just keeps eating.
What are you
And then
smiling
Toshi
at,
starts
recruit?
fighting.
Serge is gonna sort of like blush as he like sees you smiling. What are you smiling at, recruit?
Tasty food, sir?
You're darn right, tasty food, sir. Chef Machamp worked very hard on this delicious food, and we should be enjoying it. He's just gonna shove something into his mouth, and then Cypher's just gonna chuckle. And then she's also going to start digging into her fruit salad. Oh my gosh, this is so good! It tastes so fresh and sweet! So, as much of the Cloyster passes through the cafeteria, getting their food, it'll come time for Jakob's volunteer shift to end.
At the end of the shift, is Layla sitting with anyone?
That's a good question, Layla. Do you go to the empty
No.
table, or do you...
Oh no. Layla is going to be to herself.
Yeah, she's sitting at an empty table. Or rather, her table is populated entirely by her Pokemon.
Well,
Essentially.
if she didn't want people to talk to her, she would have taken her food to go, but she took her food to eat here, so I'm going to think she wants someone to talk to, so I'm going to go over.
That's logic. Alright. So, Layla, in the middle of your meal, you will suddenly hear and see Jakob approaching alongside Munchlax. Celine will sort of like glare towards them and like bare her fangs, looking at you as if to like say like, you want I should fuck him up.
Take it easy. What do you want, Jakob?
Jakob is not going to say anything, and he's going to kind of muscle himself in next to Brienne, and while trying to sit down and make room, he is going to bribe Brienne to go along with him by giving her a spicy chicken ball.
Brienne will make absolutely no argument and just
Alright, good.
devour that.
Alright, I'm going to muscle myself down next to Brienne and put my food down and start eating.
Like, you see her just, like, one bite gobble it down like a friggin' alligator.
Yeah, she's just an alligator that stands on her back legs. What do you want?
No, that's Cece's for alligator.
Mm-hmm.
How you doing? We're feeling a bit better, Layla?
Layla's gonna look up and give him a glare for a second, and then she's gonna go back to eating.
I am oblivious and therefore immune to your glare.
I got it.
I just got it. No paralysis for you.
You know what? I mean, I'll put that on my character sheet if you're okay with it.
No.
No! GM, please! Okay, so, Well, you know, we've had a very long time outside. We were out there for far longer than I can even remember. We all need time to sit down and relax and feel back at home, don't we?
Yeah? What's your point?
Well, You're one of the people I think of the most when I think of something that makes me feel at home. So that's why I'm sitting down and eating with you.
Layla's gonna kind of give him this look of disbelief.
Yes. And Munchlax will like sort of like smile towards Layla and her Pokemon as well. And then Brienne will sort of like chirp in and give Munchlax a slight hug and a nuzzle, while carefully avoiding Munchlax with her tusk blades.
Oh good, she's learning.
Not that they would really do much to Munchlax, let's be honest. Besides, you've got so many new friends here to introduce to their new home and where they can feel safe as well.
Cut the bullshit. What do you want?
Mostly to ignore your attitude and sit down and be around people that I care about. But if you're really going to keep bringing it up, I suppose we can talk about it.
What's there to talk about? You guys made it absolutely clear.
I don't think there's anything clear of that nature made. As far as I'm concerned, there's been a miscommunication between all the people involved, and everybody needs to kind of settle down. And frankly, I wouldn't mind if you and I both stood up and we went and we walked over there and talked to Toshi right now.
Pass.
And why? Why are you passing?
Like I said, what's there to talk about? I thought everything was made pretty clear. I came off looking like an asshole because I apparently saw something that wasn't there. You apparently didn't think that it was worth me feeling that way, so you've made your stance perfectly clear. Everybody else thinks I'm an asshole. Pretty clear, don't you think?
My snacks! Munchlax shakes his head, looking very, upset and concerned.
And I'm also more than able to accept that the role you have in our group is someone who looks out for those things that could be a danger and tries their best to protect us and protect those around them. I can understand the value of that, and I'm sure others can as well, were they to be given the chance to do so.
You say that, and then you wonder why I'm so distrustful of Zinnia, as if I should just magically be trustful of her.
You shouldn't be.
It's not what you said last time. Last time you made it seem like me not trusting her was a completely pointless venture, and that I was being just a huge dick about it.
No, you are seeming to take things the wrong way. I am not saying that there's any reason you should trust Zinnia, and in fact, distrusting her is a perfectly fine and rational position to take. However, when so many other people that you are close to have taken it upon themselves to trust her, perhaps allow that to influence your judgment of them a little bit more than you otherwise would. Toshi is inquisitive and a bit naive, but does still make good decisions.
If she made good decisions, then I wouldn't have to have Cass babysit her every time she almost wandered away.
Do you think that babysitting her constantly is, in fact, preventing her from any kinds of negative side effects from her decisions and making it so that she can't grow from them?
So what, I shouldn't do my job and try and protect her? What are you trying to say?
You should stay close, but you always need to allow a child to burn themselves on the stove so they understand not to touch a hot plate.
Except this hot plate could do more than just burn.
That's fair. I don't have the same kind of expertise that you do, so I will defer to you in that kind of situation.
I would think so after everything that's happened. Look, like I said, I'll just keep going along with it. If Toshi wants to go on a magical adventure to try and fix this machine that is very likely no longer in operation, fine. Whatever. But that's not going to make me magically trust her, and I think Toshi needs to understand that.
I think Toshi also needs to understand that this machine is not going to be the be-all and end-all of what we need to do while we're up here. We have a new group of people whom we are beholden to, a new alliance that we need to try and nurture and take care of. That alliance doesn't really care about some kind of magic machine from a century ago.
Exactly. It's not our priority.
Unless, of course, we tell them about it and they all, for some reason, seem to think it's very important. But,
Which, for some reason, I guess Zinnia doesn't want us to do that. So, again, red flag right there.
You know, that's actually a relatively good reason to possibly bring that up to Toshi and see if we can find out why they don't want that raised. And that makes me kind of want to bring it up a bit more.
And none of us are even going to ask what the hell happened at the tower after we left. Has any one of us even bothered to... You know what? Hang on. Fuck it. Layla's gonna pull up Professor Grandoak.
Yaku's gonna look down at Robin and go, "You see, Robin, I don't think about all of these things, so my head doesn't hurt all the time."
Oh, fuck off, Jakob.
You stress yourself a lot, okay, Layla?
Jakob just gives, or not Jakob, Robin just gives sort of like a blank expression response.
Jakob and Robin both use amnesia at Layla.
Yeah, well, my stress keeps you alive. Grand Oak, wake up!
Grand Oak boots up. Greetings, Layla. Are you enjoying your meal?
Yeah, fine. Peachy King. Look, do you have any information about something called Giratina?
Giratina? There's not a whole lot of information, but I'll pull up what I can and send it to your Pokegear. And so, Oak will then, or Grand Oak will then, basically put up a, loading or searching screen, and then eventually you will see your gear receive 2 new files.
Layla will look at the files.
Yep.
Also, thank you, Blitzy!
I mean, yeah, that's a fair point. It is, I'm not even saying Layla's entirely wrong.
Anyway,
yeah.
Layla looks at the files.
One of them is labeled, Legends of the Sinnoh region, and the other one is labeled, from a news report, Incident at Spear Pillar.
He's gonna look at, the news report first.
Alright. So then, basically, it is an old news report from back long before the impact, and it tells of an incident that went down around the Spear Pillar in the Sinnoh region, wherein the terrorist organization known as Team Galactic attempted a strange experiment to channel some of the ancient legendary Pokemon of the Sinnoh region, and ended up, according to the champion of the time, Cynthia, hang on a sec. Excuse me, sorry about that. According to
Bless you, Granda.
that according to Champion Cynthia, opened a large portal to a strange dark dimension where a massive serpentine dragon-like Pokemon called Giratina emerged and dragged the leader of the organization, Cyrus, into the world with him. A young child who was with the champion at the time battled Giratina off before following them into the distortion world, eventually emerging. Cyrus, however, was never seen again.
So that motherfucker's dead. Let's look at the legends.
According to old Sinnoh legends, the world was created by a divine Pokemon known as Arceus, who created several other divine Pokemon to embody and create the universe through time and space. Dialga, the Dragon of Time, and Palkia, the Dragon of Space. However, there was another being created known as Giratina, who basically served as a deity over antimatter and negative space. Giratina was sealed away in a dark dimension parallel to our own universe known as the Distortion World, supposedly. A lot of the legends are missing sort of like content and context and not fully translated, and some things are still very like unclear.
And this is what Agatha is trying to summon, because why the fuck not? Why not have a Pokemon that represents the fucking void just come in and destroy the rest of everything else? Shouldn't that be more what we should be focusing on?
I can't rightly say for certain. Your conclusion seems logical, but there's also merit in fixing the machine if it means getting the primals to stop creating a cataclysm across the planet. It seems there's a lot of things that need to get done.
Layla is gonna shut off the Pokegear.
And first...
Look, all I'm saying is that she's asking a lot for something that is honestly really not our mission. The world is how it is, and we need to try and rebuild first. That's our first and foremost mission.
I agree. So let's do that.
Fine.
We're going to make friends. That's the thing we're here to do. Those friends will be people who can help us rebuild, who can help us do other things that we need to get done. Give it time. Give everything time.
Not everybody is going to want to be friends, Jakob. You know that. You have to know that.
Yeah, that's why you're here. That sounds like a problem for them and not for me.
I'm just saying, know when to fold them and let me take over.
Absolutely, but when I'm dealing with arguing with you, I'm not going to fold them, and you know it. So let's go ahead and let's continue with this course of action, but
Celine is then...
you and...
Celine is...
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Celine is then going to shift and create an illusion to make herself look like Jakob, and then just going to like start wide-eyed yapping and yammering.
Layla's gonna kind of snort.
What's it?
I'm not really paying attention to it because if I pay attention to that, then I'll be paying attention to everyone who makes fun of me when I'm trying to negotiate, and that's not important.
Celine is going to sort of like turn back and just sort of like look challengingly at Robin. My snacks.
Don't bother, Celine.
Command roll.
Oh, thank God.
She'll just scoff at Munchlax and she'll back down. Munchlax will cross his arms and pout.
Celine, you're one of my friends as well. I'm not going to entertain your desire to fight. We'll fight soon, and we're going to fight together. Don't worry. Now, I think we should probably talk with Toshi and maybe talk with Serge and get some marching orders for what we should do next, don't you?
You know what? You want to do that? Go ahead. I'm not ready yet.
Celine
You
will
want to get the marching orders to me later? Fine, but
Celine will smirk and shift into Layla. And just give you sort of like a eh?
do you want to?
Celine nods.
Just don't hurt anybody and don't be mean to anybody. Just stand there and nod. Sure.
Celine smiles.
Like a mischievous smile or a, oh my god, I get to do something sneaky smile?
Intuition.
Fuck. Oh, I actually might know.
This is a Dark-type Pokemon. They've been misbehaving all night, and they've proven that they are actively seeking mischief. They cannot be trusted.
Layla is gonna rub her face. And she's gonna give Angel a look. Like, kind of, almost like she's asking Angel if this is a good idea.
Dreepy is gonna sort of just look back at you with, like, pleading and pathetic eyes, kind of upset by all this, like, hostility and negative energy.
Not today, Celine. And then Layla's gonna take up her Pokeball and she will recall Celine.
Celine is recalled.
Grando, can you send this one home?
Understood. Sending Celine to your Pokemon home.
Look, Jakob, I need to decompress a little bit more, okay?
Hey, if you want to talk, we'll find some time to talk later on, okay? Not in the mess hall in front of everyone. Take your time. Take whatever amount you need.
I don't think I want to talk anymore, but...
That's fine. It doesn't have to be now. It can be days from now, months from now. You know.
For what it's worth, thanks for not invalidating me.
Your concerns are extremely important. It's part of the reason why you're so integral to our team. Don't forget that.
Yeah. Sure.
Jakob will
Layla's
lead
gonna-
with that.
Yeah. Layla's gonna kind of give Brienne a reassuring pat. Still kind of hollow and numb, but she's trying.
Mm-hmm. She will lean and nuzzle into the pat.
Well, I'm done here with lunch or with dinner. Are you guys?
Excellent.
Come on, let's go home. And then Layla's gonna get up and leave.
All right. And with that, we will cut back over to Toshiko and her table.
If Professor Cypress has continued with her own Pokemon chatter, Toshiko might have been persuaded with her own interest in Pokemon. So Jakob might come over to Toshiko, dumping Pokemon exposition, talking about Alolan Raichu and Pikachu and morphology or whatever.
I'm okay with this course of storytelling.
Okay.
So, shortly after Layla leaves, we cut back over to Toshiko's table as Jakob approaches, and you will see them deep in the midst of intellectual discussion regarding Alolan Raichu, regional variants, and potential applications, as well as their various different biologies and abilities, etc.
This all sounds very confusing.
It already looks like Munchlax is just glazed over.
Getting pretty close to that myself.
But basically, I just wanted to thank you for getting that Thunderstone to Cypress to give to me.
Right, I was gonna give that to you. Yeah, sorry about that.
I've never gotten distracted.
Yeah, well. Commander like me can't exactly afford to get distracted, otherwise things might slip through that could be dangerous. It was a small gift.
That's why you have a support system. Different people, we all help each other be better.
Exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself, Toshiko. Well, It's good to see that camaraderie working through you. Gives me hope for the future. Oh, hello, Jakob.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Doing just fine. We were just having a discussion, or I guess more of a lecture, about Psyche over there.
Toshiko looks past Jakob and sees Layla leaving, and her expression droops slightly. Jakob probably definitely notices. Cypress probably definitely notices.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to shake my head a little bit.
Surge is actually going to see Toshiko's expression, then look over and see Layla leaving. And then he'll actually stand up. Well, thanks for the dinner and conversation, if you'll excuse me. Of course, sir. And then he's actually going to start following Layla.
He's the commander. I'm not going to stop him.
Yep. So, Jakob, How are things on your end? Asks Cypress.
Well, it's been very nice to be able to actually get outside, something I wasn't really sure I'd ever necessarily do, but it's come with quite a lot of added responsibilities now as well, what with all of these new people to meet and to learn about and to talk to and to try and become allies with. It's quite a bit to think about, and I'm trying to not really dwell too much on it at the moment.
I think we can all safely say we've been looking forward to finally going outside again. Although I admit I may have had a bit of a rocky experience. She just sort of like rubs the back of her head with sort of a blush.
Well, this was certainly a fun way to get all of us to go out there and find you.
Which, by the way,
I'm just glad you're okay.
It's all thanks to you and your bravery. I can't thank you enough. So... never mind.
No, please, go right ahead.
It just... after that, I guess it just breaks my heart to see the team that worked together to rescue me at each other's throats like this. And I'm a little concerned for how this will affect the mission going forward.
Respectfully to you, of course, Toshi, but between you and myself, Professor Cypress, I don't really find that the way that I'm viewing this new development in all of our lives the same way that they are, and that perhaps may cause some friction.
Perhaps. Different people experience things differently, and sometimes those elements can bond with each other, and other times they react violently.
I suppose I kind of have to reject that in a way and emphasize that this is new to all of us. We can't assume how we are reacting or should react to be the right way. We need to put that behind us and put aside our own feelings and do the best we can to forge a strong future for ourselves and these new people. We can't be held back by things like expecting to behave a certain way.
She will nod. You're wise beyond your years, Jakob.
It's new territory, and we need to treat it as such. We need to be careful, but we can't rely on old ways to get things done.
Yeah, well, tell that to the Jaggers.
Toshi blanches a little bit at the mention.
Right, she's gonna spark a bit at the mention.
Down out, Psyche.
Everything alright, Toshiko?
I mean, you already heard about my conversation with Lady Jagger, and you sent her a message or said you were gonna, and...
Oh, right. I forgot about that. Sorry. I didn't mean to bring it up.
It's...
What's happening with the Jaggers?
What isn't happening with the Jaggers? They're trying to blackmail the Cloyster with their knowledge and control over the manufacturing facilities for Pokeballs, and they're also trying to gouge the prices, even though it goes against our economic protocols.
Maybe if we can connect with Yellow Cloyster, it might break their monopoly, or their perception of themselves as having such sway.
Not a bad idea.
Perhaps. Though, we also need to see if we could get some people who are more cooperative to help operate and manufacture the Pokeballs.
Don't some of the tribespeople have rudimentary knowledge of that?
They might, but it'll be a bit of a hard sell to convince Surge of letting them on just yet.
Either way, something to think of for the future.
I suppose they would be untouched by the Jagger's influence. Maybe.
I'm definitely curious about the mechanisms involved in apricorn construction.
There might also be one other avenue. We might be able to rely on Dudley if we can get him to break free from the yoke of his folks.
He's grown a lot.
It's all thanks to you. Well, you and your team. But he still has some more growing yet to do.
It may take time, but I'm sure that Toshi will be able to reach him.
Toshiko kind of turns quizzical. Like, I'll try. Like, I keep trying to be friendly, but he keeps calling me his rival or something.
He's really trying to make that happen. It's not going to happen.
It's just the way that his parents raised him. They're so competitive. It's always just... It's always just... I don't even know.
Could always
People are
compete.
complicated.
You could always compete with him to see who can train one of the tribes to make Pokeballs first.
I'm a little worried about that. I fear that he might try and take it a little too far, or...
That's always a worry.
Or what that might do to our relations with the tribes.
We can't let our future be beholden to one family, so we have to think of ways around that as well.
Yeah.
Toshi's finishing up her meal and kind of looks to Jakob. Was there something you wanted to talk about? As she's like making preparations, like, am I leaving or am I staying?
Well, I've just about finished my food, so I'm gonna go return my tray and head back to the lab to finish up some work. You two take care, and best of luck. Oh, and, there may be some updates to your mission parameters soon, but I'll let Surge take care of that. And she walks away.
Well, until we get those updates, then I suppose I'm relatively done for the day. Honestly, the only thing I really had to talk with you about was just to kind of get an update on how you're doing. It's been a very difficult time for you, at least from what I can tell. There's been so many new things, new senses, new experiences for you to deal with that you haven't had to deal with before.
Toshiko kind of shifts a little bit. Well, a lot of the new experiences are fascinating and interesting, and there's just so many new plants up there that I couldn't really get a chance to look at, and all the Pokemon that we've met, I've always had a easier time dealing with Pokemon than I have with people, and I don't know how to get Layla to see that maybe some of her fears are
It's hard to see that your fear is misplaced unless you get into a situation where you deal with your fear. You can't simply tell somebody that something is better. They have to see that something is better to believe it.
the way she is treating Zinnia is hurting Zinnia, and like she says that, oh, she's used to it, and heaven knows she's suffered, but I don't know, I just want everybody to get along, and
that's fair, but Layla has no reason to trust her. It's a very large thing you're asking of her, so you have to understand if she's not ready to do that right away.
And I know she said it's less Zinnia and more Agatha, but if she just... It seems... Well, I'm a channeler. I can... There's historical precedent for channelers to be overwhelmed by ghosts and possessed and stuff, and she's... I mean, if she wants to find something to worry about, she's gonna find something to worry about.
She is, but you have senses of things that the rest of us simply don't have. It's going to just be hard for us to understand some of these things, and we will need more time to come around to what you're saying. That's just the long and the short of it.
I guess I'm not asking her to trust Zinnia yet, because that would probably be hard, but I guess I wish she'd just trust me a little more.
You yourself did just say that there's precedent for channelers being taken over, so
well,
it's a little
yes.
hard to say to trust you when you just said that.
Well, but have I been acting...
If you were about to ask if you've been acting strangely, yes.
Toshi pouts.
But it's okay. You all...
Donna's gonna go home, Toshi.
We are all dealing with things that none of us have had to deal with ever before, and we're all expecting ourselves to know how to deal with them. It's not a fair metric to hold for each other. We all need to relax and understand that this is new territory.
Toshi nods. Looking a little heartened, and... Yeah.
But yes, you are acting weird. And then he'll pat Toshi on the shoulder before standing up. You act weird all the time, and Layla acts paranoid all the time. That's why you guys are on the team.
Toshiko smiles at that. And will, get up and put her tray away and head on for the rest of her evening.
Yeah, otherwise I will do the same. I think I will find the opportunity to head out.
All right, and I think with that, that'll be our first break of the night. So, what do we think so far?
I'm feeling much better about not being an asshole so much.
Good. That's good.
We've all got to give each other a break.
Yes,
We can work through it.
eventually.
And speaking of giving each other breaks, we shall take a break for about 10 minutes or so, and we'll return at about, let's say, 52, shall we?
All right.
Beautiful.
See you soon.
All right, see you guys soon. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
See you soon.
Ooh, could be a good time to share the Chef Machamp comic from the Discord.
Right. Yeah, that's gonna be a thing. So, I will do that. So,
BRB.
special little treat for you guys during the break. Our resident artist extraordinaire, Blitzy the Dragon, has been making some fan art, and they put some in the Discord fan group that we've got set up, and it is my distinct pleasure to share it with you guys now. Just give me a minute or two. So, first up we have this image, and essentially the series is called, is more or less versus Chef Machamp in 3 images. Here we have Machamp just sort of like gearing up and getting ready to mess up Jakob and Munchlax for their combat test. And then after that we have this image here of Machamp just sort of slowly making their way towards Munchlax, all Dio Brando style, and then we just see Robin just standing there, cool as a cucumber, like Robin does. And then lastly, we have ding, the end result. Machamp in a crater, curled up like Yamcha. How the mighty have indeed fallen. So, with that, I just want to say another huge thanks to Blitzy the Dragon and anyone else watching for all the immense support and the continued love of this series and this game. It means the world to me. You guys are amazing. I love every single one of you who's watching this. And with that, I am going to take a break for a while, and I'll be back around 52. See you soon. Glad to see you're back home and comfortable, Blitzy. And I am back as well.
Heck yeah.
I see we have Toshiko back with us, or Frey back with us, rather.
What? What? Who said that?
It is I, the ghost of
Yoshimitsu.
gaming. Yes, that too.
Namu.
I've returned.
Welcome back.
Apologies.
No worries, no worries. We're condemning you forever, and this shall mark your social reputation henceforth, but no worries.
I shall atone for my sin.
Repent!
According to Blitzy, I am Layla, owner of the mini Giratina.
Yeah.
Baby ghost dragon. Gonna grow up and be the devil.
Nah, it's just gonna grow up and be a stealth bomber.
A devil stealth bomber.
Her name is Angel, and you will treat her as the princess she is.
The angel of devil. ...
I am
True,
holding
Blitzy.
back so many topical jokes.
This is true, Blitzy. Satan was once an angel. Alright, well, I am ready, and I know AJ is gonna be on in hopefully soon.
Yep. Give him some minutes, but
I'm ready as well, so yeah, I think we're just waiting on AJ.
no worries, no worries. They will join in when they join in, and I can add them in basically whenever, because I already have a scene in mind to occupy the time in the meantime, let's say.
Shall
Sounds
we
like
then?
a plan.
Cool, cool. So with that, we are all officially back, so let's get right back into it. So then. So we are going to open back up to Layla, making her way down the hall.
Yes.
And then...
She-
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I'm just going to say... You will then see Surge coming up from behind.
Is he coming to her?
Yes. Well, towards her anyway.
Layla will stand at attention.
He will approach, and as she sees you standing, he will stop, and he will say, "At ease, troop."
Layla goes at ease.
I'm told there's something on your mind. Not that it's none of my business, but, well...
Layla's gonna grimace
Mm-hmm.
and just kind of look down a little bit. I just need to... I just need to recenter myself, sir.
We'll see that you do. We can't have you distracted for the mission, and we certainly can't have any internal squabbles boiling over in the midst of it. We're on the crucible of reuniting, and this is going to be a crucial step at rebuilding society. I need you guys at 100%, and I need you to be the team that saved Cyprus and brought us together with the other tribes against the Floral Empire.
Yes, sir.
Now, I may be a bit old-fashioned and out of it, but you want to know what I'd recommend?
What would that be, sir?
Back during my training days for the Rebuilder Corps, whenever we had a bit of a, internal conflict, let's say, the two parties would, well, resolve their differences by battling it out.
Layla's gonna blink. All due respect, sir, I don't think that's gonna help the conflict between me and Toshi. I mean, she's a twig.
What? No, I mean Pokemon battle.
I mean, yes, but also... I don't think that will work on Toshi.
No?
She's not a soldier like we are.
She's still a member of the Rebuilder Corps. She still got what it takes to be your partner and comrade.
Are you suggesting I challenge her to a Pokemon battle?
He sort of like shrugs and says, "It's what I'd do, but I'm an old man. Things have changed since I was since I was a new recruit."
They haven't changed that much.
Well, the way I see it, it's like this. Toshiko is a brilliant mind, and she is no doubt one of our most valuable assets in the Rebuilder Corps. However, her communication skills are not the best. However, I watched her battle earlier, and I see that she knows her way around Pokemon and strategy. And I also happen to know, and you should know this too, that battling is more than just Pokemon slamming their claws and heads against one another, or shooting flames and lightning at one another. It is an exercise in the bond that Pokemon and trainers share with one another against adversity. It is a way to understand both your Pokemon and your opponent in a lightning-fast, no-holds-barred clash that shows every bit of your very soul and fighting spirit. And if you can't reach each other with words, maybe you can reach each other that way. I don't know.
I'll take that into consideration, sir. But right now, I don't think I'm in a state to want to battle.
It was just
Maybe later.
It was just a suggestion, Troop. As you were.
Thank you, sir.
He's then also going to stop. By the way, I checked in on your folks recently.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. They're doing a little better. Ever since reopening, we've exposed them to some fresh air, and it's actually showing signs of gradual improvement. I'm not expecting any miracles, but just thought I'd let you know.
Layla's gonna kind of swallow hard. Are they topside right now, sir?
Nah, they're back in the med bay. They're not in a condition to be brought to the surface. We're bringing the air down to them through ventilation. It's not pure fresh air, but it's outside air.
I see. It's been a minute since I've seen them. I should go check on them.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Layla will give a salute and start heading towards the med bay.
All right. Brienne's gonna sort of like give a concerned whine as she follows you.
Why are you so concerned?
Brienne just hugs your leg.
Layla's gonna give her a pat on the head. Don't worry, they'll be... You know what? They'll probably be excited to see that you've evolved. Although, Layla's gonna look to Angel and Caliburn. I might want to put you two away. Layla's gonna put Caliburn in the Ultra Ball, and she's gonna hold up the luxury ball to Angel.
Angel will look at it, skitter up to it, look to you.
It's someplace for you to go into, someplace to keep you safe.
Dreepy will look back at the ball, tap the button curiously. The ball will open up, engulf Dreepy in a beam of light, bring them into the ball, and then after some slight wriggling, the ball will click shut. Dreepy has been registered to your Pokédex.
Layla's gonna rub her face. You ready to go see them? Come on, Brienne. I wonder where the hell Cece is.
And with that, we are going to cut over to Toshiko as she goes to visit her folks, or whatever she's doing now.
Yeah, after dinner, she'd be heading towards her parents' place.
All right. Hang on a second. So, cool. Eventually, you will arrive at your house, or rather your residence, and you will see the door shut, but the lights in the window still on.
Toshi goes up and rings the doorbell.
All right.
Unless there are Pokemon outside. Probably not in an enclosed area. They probably have all the nursery Pokemon inside if they have any.
Yeah. That said, after about a minute or so, the door will open and you will see your father standing in the doorway.
He's just as nerdy as I envisioned him.
Toshi's
Shutterbug.
expression brightens.
Long time no see.
She gives him a big hug.
He hugs you back as well. You know, you've missed dinner for the past several nights now. Your mom and I were getting worried. He's joking.
Been busy.
Oh no! So now you're too busy to come visit your family now, is it? I see how it is. You're off hanging with your friends in a cool new world.
Angry pouty.
Oh, go easy on her, dear, says Toshiko's mother as she enters the room, holding an egg at her side. Toshiko, it's so good to see you back.
Toshiko turns and points at Saiki, who is floating behind, kind of a hand on Toshi's shoulder, just kind of levitating in the background.
And oh my goodness, is that Saiki? It's quite the specimen you got there.
Surgeon Cypress gave me a thunderstone.
Oh, that was so nice of them. I can't believe Saiki got strong enough to evolve. Oh, you've come so far. I'm so proud of you. She goes in and hugs you.
Heck yeah, hugs.
Come in. I know there's someone here who will be very happy to see you.
Toshiko is bouncing excitedly.
All right. Oh, come on, I know it. So, you enter the house, and as you do, a wave of nostalgia crashes over you as you just feel a sense of safety and comfort and belonging once again, and any woes lingering in the back of your mind kind of just fade away, if only for this brief moment as you're here. So, and your parents will follow in just behind you.
It's good to be home.
You might want to give her a few minutes. She's out tending to some of the newly hatched Pokemon. She'll be very happy to see you, though.
I'm happy to see you. It's dangerous up there. But we've got a good team. They help keep me safe.
That's so good to hear. I hear good things, and Professor Cypress has even been sending us your reports as well. Very interesting reads, by the way.
Toshiko kind of like nods, agreeing, and pulls up some. Let's see, what would be the most interesting thing? Let's share the Mew picture first, because hot diggity.
Mm-hmm.
We saw a Mew.
You share the picture of Mew, and as you do, your folks will just like be astounded, and especially your mom's just going to be like, "Is that a Mew?" I mean, I read it in your report, but I knew you wouldn't. I knew you not to be a liar, but I still couldn't believe it.
It was a heck of an experience. I wish I could have connected with
Even some of the most renowned Pokemon photographers who've supposedly gotten a glimpse of it have never been able to catch it on film very well.
It was distracted by Jakob's delicious food.
Imagine that. All it takes is a good cook to get a legendary Pokemon to stay still for a few minutes.
Somewhere in the cloister, Jakob beams.
Yep.
So Toshi had previously sent the letter talking about, I think she had the channeling or whatever, but like yeah, she wants to share in the connection of like the stuff that she's been learning, like pop the bubble and show off and talk
cool.
about how she's been connecting with Pokemon even more. While we're waiting for our friend to finish up over in the other room.
Yep. And then, sure enough, out from the nursing area steps your old guardian and caretaker and even older friend,
Cleo!
Gardevoir! Cleo will float over eagerly to give you a affectionate one-armed embrace, carefully avoiding the spike on her chest. She then conveys telepathic feelings of love and joy and affection.
Toshiko grabs both of her hands and just kind of like looks her in the eyes and closes her eyes and channels.
Cleo will be a bit surprised by this at first, and then suddenly she'll just sort of like look at you with astonishment, and then her eyes will just well up with pride as she just like nuzzles you and laughs and conveys feelings of just like pride and joy and love.
I am just sending all of the just like love and affection, and like connecting with her as a child was very important to me, and so now that I can connect with her in another way, like it's just enjoying the vibe.
Hold on. Just to make sure I clarified, you said she had a spike in her chest?
Yeah,
It's a
Gardevoir
Gardevoir.
naturally have like these big old spikes in their chest.
Oh, it's a Gardevoir! I thought this was a human with a spike in their chest.
No,
Oh,
it's a Gardevoir.
Listen, we all like to be impaled one day, but this is just not this time.
Oh, look
Welcome,
at that.
Strider!
I've been impaled.
Excellent. So, welcome back to the table, Strider. Good to have you.
I actually brought quiet food with me this time.
Oh, heck yeah.
Lovely.
Food.
So, while you munch as we finish up this scene, you can, enjoy that.
It's watermelon, I will.
Mm-hmm. So then, with that, after you finish sharing a moment with Cleo, your father, or rather your mother, will say, well, don't keep us in suspense now. Show us all the other cool Pokemon you've caught and made friends with.
All right. Let's see. Toshi will look around the room and see, a bunch of breakable stuff, and we'll, head out back maybe.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's probably a good idea. We should head to someplace a little less, fragile.
Taikoko's a bit feisty. Very energetic.
And I'm certain Cleo doesn't want to be stuck cleaning up the living room again. Gardevoir. Cleo heaves just this, like, sigh at the thought. So, you go out into the, Pokemon play area, which is a vast, wide open space of holographic material to simulate a vast, wide open Pokemon park like those would be in other breeding centers and Pokemon labs.
Well, with an open area, I'm going to pull out Taikoko and Dion and Cordy and Duncan.
All right.
Just get everybody out there.
Taikoko and Duncan immediately start banging.
Oh my god.
Banging on things! Banging on things! I need to know more things!
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I need
That
to
is-
know.
Hang on. Taikoko makes a rhythm, and Duncan is just grooving and dancing and twirling and stuff.
Yep. Get out there. There you go. There. Wah! Oh! Metal whack! Metal whack! Ivysaur! Persist! Oh my gosh, look at all these Pokemon! And wait, how? Is that an Alolan Marowak? Where did you find an Alolan Marowak?
Pokemon Tower in Lavender.
And Toshiko will pull out Lady McDuff.
Metal whack!
They were guardians at the tower. It's where we found the egg that just hatched, and Layla has a Dreepy now.
A Dreepy? I thought those only lived in the Galar region.
Toshi shrugs and points at the Thwacky as well.
I'm honestly a little more surprised that Pokemon Tower is still standing after the impact.
Toshiko's expression kind of,
You have to tell me all about it. What was it like?
Scary.
Well, I see that hasn't changed then.
You've also read the reports. The ghost types on the surface are very powerful. The whole extinction event really didn't do very well for the people that died or the ghosts that remained.
I didn't get those reports. What are you talking about?
Toshiko kind of looks confused, pulls up her Pokegear, and at the report she tried to send on the way back from Lavender to see if it sent, who it got sent to, and because she wrote up a little report.
Yeah, it got sent to Surge, but according to Professor Grandoak's records, Surge has currently classified that information.
Well,
yeah, these are her parents, and she shares everything with her parents. So yeah, Toshi will expound on the perils that they faced.
My goodness. Toshiko, are you alright?
Toshiko kind of shrugs.
like, it's dangerous up there, but if we want to make the world a better place, then I have to get stronger, and I'm able to connect with Pokemon in ways that I've never dreamed possible, and I can protect my friends by tapping into, I don't know, it's almost like some sort of life energy. I haven't quite.
What?
It's kind of hard to pin down scientifically. It's kind of a gut feeling.
Toshiko, a little traumatized, but that's to be expected.
Cleon is going to sort of look at you as you talk and notice something underneath your sleeve, and with a sidekick wave, she's going to sort of roll it up a bit and reveal your Z-ring.
Oh, yeah. Zinnia gave me this. and she reaches into her pouch and goes over to Taikoko. And motions for Taikoko to follow her with, like, she's got the Z crystal in her hand, the Gracium Z, and she goes over to like the far end of the room and kind of like motions with her arm for everyone to get the hell out of the way. As she hands Taikoko the Gracium Z, turns towards the open area.
Toshiko, what's
and
going on?
let's try a freaking Z move.
All right. So.
Except the grass Z goes in the Z ring.
Does the Gracium Z go into the Z ring, or is it held by the Pokemon?
No, you're thinking of the Mega Stones that are held by the Pokemon.
Yeah.
Okay, no. So the Gracium Z is held by the Pokemon, but that just is to occupy its held item slot. The Gracium Z itself is in the Z ring.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, it's both.
Well then, Toshiko has the crystal, affixes it into the ring, and gets over on the far side of the room to make ready with Taikoko to show off a Z Razor Leaf.
All right. So, as you go and place the Z crystal into the bracelet, you will see a glow of green energy begin to surround Taikoko. And as you do, you will command it to use Razor Leaf, and it throws out a few leaves, and it looks like a normal Razor Leaf. Quite the Razor Leaf you got there, kid.
But it looked normal. Toshiko looks down at the Z-ring. I guess I don't know how to use this precisely quite yet.
And at that, Zinnia will appear. Sorry, I guess I forgot to mention. So, with Z moves, it's more than just firing off a move. Z moves have specific names and rituals, if you will, that go with them. A sort of motion to channel the Z energy into your Pokemon. For Gracium Z, the move is called Bloom Doom. And to channel it, you're going to want to place both your hands together like you're clapping them, affixed straight up, and then you're going to want to squat and stand up, outstretching your arms over your head and spreading them out as if you were blooming. And that will activate the move Bloom Doom.
Or as Blitzy says, you have to dance, Toshi! Dance hard enough!
Toshi's parents in Gardevoir definitely see Toshi paying very close attention to someone that they can't see.
Yep.
And like nodding along and like, Oh, like, and Toshi will start miming, following along.
Your parents are just gonna sort of like mutter and whisper to one another, like, who is she talking to? I think she might be communing with some of her Pokemon, maybe?
All right, let's dance.
All right. So, Toshiko, first I want you to make me a focus roll.
$10.
All right. Let's see.
Oh!
You then focus your mind and channel the infinity energy into Taikoko. And as you do, suddenly the green aura surrounding him will flare up and in a beam surge over and engulf you as well. Alright, you've got your energies ready. Now remember the movement! Shouts Zinnia.
Toshiko nods and tries to recreate it as best she can.
Athletics or acrobatics?
They're the same, but probably acrobatics.
Alright.
Hey!
With a surge of
10.
determination and trust in your Pokemon, you are able to manifest and perfectly perform the dance to enact Bloom Doom as you feel the infinity energy surge from the bracelet into your Pokemon as a bright, blinding sunny light surrounds them, and the ground around them begins to sprout with grass and flowers. Now command Taikoko to use the move!
Taikoko, use Bloom Doom!
Taikoko is going to slam its sticks together, and then it is just going to start pounding at the ground in a rapid drum roll, and as it does, a trail of grass and flowers is going to shoot out across the room, coalescing at the other side of the room as a massive upspringing of overgrown plants, like almost up to like chest height of like plants and flowers, shoots up, and then from the very ceiling, a solar laser will shoot down onto the target.
Like, Toshiko's eyes are sparkly AF. Like, she's just, like, completely impressed and just so into this, like, in tune with, like, at the moment, she is channeled with, Taikoko, with Cleo, and with Psyche and with Zinnia. So they all also feel this just, whoa, so cool, sort of.
Yep, and with that, you have mastered the Z move Bloom Doom.
Or as Blitzy says, basically just reset bombs humor for us. Yep, for those who played Kid Icarus.
Toshiko, that was... What was that?
That was, Toshi will turn to Zinnia, a Z move? Bloom Doom.
Zinnia's just gonna nod as you say it.
Possible through the power of the Z ring and the bond between, and she turns back towards Taikoko, between the trainer and the Pokemon.
Taikoko is also standing there looking exhausted. Still standing and fine, but...
Toshiko kneels down and scoops him in. Well, maybe not scoops, but he's a little big. But she is hugging the heck out of her amazing monkey.
Yes. And he will hug back proudly as he just sort of like dances lightly in place.
That was really impressive, Taikoko. I think you've deserved a rest. Do you want to go? Do you want to take a rest now?
Taikoko yawns.
You've earned it, and she will recall Taikoko.
And with that, Cleo,
like the muse, or like Miss Cleo, the psychic.
Cool.
You have no idea how hard it was for me to just go, call me now anytime, Toshi dear.
Oh my god. So
So
Cleo
hard.
will look over to you and smile, and then she will look over to your mother and nod. Gardevoir. And then your mother will nod back to Cleo and say, I understand. Toshiko, wait here. I'll be right back. And then she heads off into the other room. And your father has sort of like a knowing, surprised expression followed by a smile.
Toshi is curious, but yeah, probably still. She's probably exhausted herself from that little dance.
Yep. And then, eventually, your mother will return holding a Pokemon egg. Different from the one she was holding before. Toshiko? Do you know what this is?
Yes.
Pokemon education to identify.
Go for it.
It's an egg, Toshi.
It's an egg.
Yes,
It's opal.
very good, Toshi, but it's not just any egg. And then Cleo is going to stand by your mother and then take the egg very gingerly, hold it to her chest very lovingly before looking to you with a most trusting and loving look and hands it over to you.
Toshi's eyes go super wide.
You see, while you were gone, Cleo apparently laid an egg. And now, after seeing what you can do and how strong and confident and just amazing you've become, she wants you to bring it out into the world and raise it. She just wants to make sure that you bring it back to say hello sometimes.
Like, Toshiko is gingerly holding the egg, and there's like tension in her body. Like, she wants to simultaneously hold this thing as carefully as possible while restraining the urge to just leap and hug and just like Toshiko very carefully hands the egg down to Cordy, who's just kind of been vibing back and forth, swaying with the energy of it. Probably to Cordy and Dion. Those two are chill. Those are my chill Pokemon. And then, as soon as the egg is in safe hands, Toshi, free of it, will go for the hug.
Gardevoir will accept lovingly, and your father will then chime in and say, "Don't take this lightly either, kiddo. This isn't just something that Gardevoir is doing casually. In fact, when we first found it, it took us over a week for your mother to even be able to touch the thing. She's very protective of it, so the fact that she's trusting you with it shows that she believes that you can really make it an incredible Pokemon."
Toshiko's probably tearing up a little bit, just squeezing the heck out of Cleo.
Yep. And then with that, we will cut over to... Sorry about that. We will cut over to the underground with Ace and Cece.
I knew it. They're making out.
You made both of us go there alone. Oh, you're evil.
That's what you
Did
get
you-
for being late.
I'm sorry. I had to work, guys. I also sent you a message, by the way. Well, I didn't send you a private message. I just kind of tagged you.
See, I'm sorry. Since I'm streaming, my Discord is silent, so I don't see things.
That's okay. I was being a little shit.
Cool. No, that's fine. That can still totally be a thing.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've been gone for a couple hours, and I'm so sorry, but, you know, my kid appreciates it, guys.
No, you're fine. I was totally kidding.
Oh, okay.
No, I would never actually punish you for real life stuff. That's...
No, you're totally good. You're totally good. I'm not even mad.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, so...
So we are down in the underground.
Currently constructing the base.
We are probably putting up stuff to make walls.
Mm-hmm. So, you know what? Give me an athletics or survival check to determine your progress.
Oh, no.
From you and Eevee. And any other Pokemon helping.
Absol, probably. Eris is always out.
Mm-hmm.
That one was mine.
God, she looks so fucking cute in the drawing.
I know, doesn't she look so stinking happy?
She really does.
God, she makes my heart so happy. No, I'm gonna keep you out, sweetie. I'm gonna say Demeter, because does she have that, like, yeah, she does have razor leaf, so that can cut some stuff down. Maybe.
Yeah,
There we
no,
go.
that's legit.
And one more. Oh, if only I had a Flareon, that would make my life so much more easier.
Eventually.
One day.
I know. No, I think these two are the only ones that logically he would have out to help, because I don't need anything else, really. Eris is always out, and
Alright. Yep.
Demeter makes sense.
No, that's fine. Sorry, just give me a quick second. But yeah.
No, you must do it now. How dare. Grr.
Look who's late now, I guess.
Right.
My, how the tables have turned.
Yeah, well, you know what? At least when I was late, I got food.
Yeah, well, I'm getting something that's equally awesome.
Probably so.
But yeah, so...
Oh, I think I know what this is.
I'm sorry. Can I see this? You're gonna... Don't you dare. I wanna...
Every time I imagine you talking to your dog, I imagine it's Ace talking to Eris.
Oh
Probably.
my god.
I mean,
So-
she is my little Eris.
Alright.
Oh, by the way, really quickly, guys, I bought
Yep.
her a life vest so that way she can go kayaking with me this weekend.
Oh, heck yeah!
Nice!
I will take pictures and post them on Discord for y'all.
You better.
Heck yeah!
It
Oh,
is
yeah.
neon highlighter yellow, so it is like so bright you can see it from space.
So, eventually, CC will return with Polly at her side. And look at this new CC art!
Oh my god, that's so good!
Oh my
Does
god!
Polly have a ribbon? Does Polly have a ribbon?
That's a focus band!
Oh, that's so cute!
That is the cutest!
I love
Yup.
it.
And you'll see that she's back and holding a tray of what looks like lemonade.
And she has a netball and she has mud on her boots. Oh my god, I love her!
Yep, another
Adorable.
astounding and perfect bit of art from our dear Blitzy the Dragon. Thank you so very much. This is incredible.
Do you even notice the cute like little seashell on her shorts?
Yes.
Oh my god, I just noticed. Oh, that's so. Oh my
Oh.
god.
I guess I'll just leave the giant CC
Fan-frickin-tastic.
here for now to be appreciated. We'll here for now to be appreciated. We'll call it a focused shot.
Yes. So she's bringing back lemonade.
Yep.
Ace is going to wipe the sweat off his forehead and like turn around and look at her. You brought something to drink?
Yeah, I mean, your mom sent us this.
Does my mom know where we are?
No, I also may have took a detour to the surface to go to the bathroom. And on my way back, well, your mom, she saw that we've been, well, working, so she gave us this.
Huh. I'm not taking her bribes, but I will take one from you.
Okay, then.
He's gonna take the lemonade.
So let's see, we got a 14, 9, 11. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, you actually have a pretty solid foundation laid out, and you're starting to build up some walls for the base.
Keep hitting control and accidentally moving everything. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Just want to clean my keyboard. How's it looking so far?
Oh wow, we made some progress, haven't we?
Right? I can't wait till the rest of the group sees it. Oh, and get this. He's gonna open like kind of like a make-way door. It's mostly just like a sheet metal that you can bend back.
As you mentioned about the rest of the group, you'll suddenly see Cece's face sour a little bit.
What?
Nothing. It's nothing.
Normally when a girl says it's nothing or I'm fine, I am inclined to believe that it is not nothing, nor are you fine. So I'm going to pester you. What is it?
She's just gonna sort of like give you like a narrow-eyed look, and then she's just gonna say, "Your mother has taught you well."
Indeed she has.
Well, part of the reason that I came here was because I need to get my mind off of a little fight that we kind of had between myself, Layla, Toshiko, and Jakob.
And I was your first choice? I mean, I'm flattered, but also shocked.
Well, everyone else was involved, so I figured I'd go to someplace who... Look, do I need an excuse to hang out with you?
I wanna not answer that question by saying, "Hey, look at this thing!" And he's gonna drag her inside and show her that he made a couch out of old car seats.
Yeah! Well, that's very creative.
Right?
Bye! And then Eris is just gonna run over to the couch, leap up on it, twirl a little bit, make some biscuits, and then just sort of like lie down.
I was actually thinking about going up and maybe taking some curtains and stuff and making like blankets and pillows to bring down, which would be cool.
Where are you gonna get the curtains? And the blankets and the pillows? You're gonna steal them from your house, aren't you?
No, scavenging isn't just metal bits, okay? Sometimes I find other things.
So we're gonna be using old, dusty, dirty pillows and curtains?
No, because I'm going to wash them. I know how to do laundry, Cece. However, it may shock you. I do my own laundry.
And yet so many dirt marks on his clothes.
He's just going to like give her a look but say nothing.
Yeah, well, guilty, she says as she looks down at her own muddied boots.
See? People
Hey,
like us don't.
Hey, I was dragged across the ocean.
I'm just saying, people like us don't stay clean. We see sights, and in order to see sights, we have to get a little dirty.
Do you enjoy it?
Seeing sights or getting dirty?
Yes.
Everything comes at a cost, I guess. I mean, I like knowing things that other people don't know, and I like learning and finding new things. So, I guess, yeah, I do enjoy it. I don't enjoy the cold water, though.
So then, do you like getting dirty with me?
His face is going to just blush, like, instantly.
She's then just going to start cackling. You should see the look on your face right now.
He's gonna, like, pull his, like, bandana up and just be like, "You are the worst human being I've ever met. The devil, DC. You're the devil."
No, I think we almost had that run-in with the devil back on Lavender.
I think we did. I may have not... Yes, Absol.
Sorry, Absol, I didn't mean to pick at that wound.
I
Absol.
may have not told my mother about that.
Ace, high or low?
Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, let's go low. Of course.
Not told your mother about what?
Here we go!
About this cool secret place? Mom, hi, what are you doing here?
Guile.
I almost rolled for Evie.
Earth, lie!
I got a nat 6 and a 1.
I'm giving your mom 46 plus 2 on account of she's your mom.
I mean, that's so fair. I'm not even gonna argue.
That's a quote.
So, yeah, she's gonna... So you have, but that's not what you're referring to, is it? I heard you talking about Lavender and stuff before I decided to make myself known. Where have you been, young man?
Why haven't you answered my question, Mom?
Don't change the subject!
I'm not changing the subject. I've been dancing around this subject all week. Ish.
Remind the GM what the question was again.
Oh, he's just been pestering his mom about his dad, that's all.
We do not need to be having that conversation around your friend.
So what you're saying is you'll talk to me about it tonight?
Roll me Guile or Charm.
Let's see which one is better. Oh, thank God.
Yeah!
Fine. We'll talk about it tonight.
You
You're
swear?
telling me about this, and you're not holding anything back about where you've done, what you've done, and where you've been. Do I need to leave, or... No, Cece, sweetie,
No.
You're fine, you're fine. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get cross with you, I just... I worry about my boy, you know?
Ace is gonna run up to his mom and hold out his pinky. You swear. I tell you, you tell me.
Pinky.
He's gonna, like, loop their pinkies together and, like, do, like, a little handshake that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Then I will tell you. Tonight. Not around my friend. And I mean friend, Mom.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, look at that. We're almost out of lemonade. I'll go get us some more.
Hey, when you come back down, can you bring, like, some of the old, like, pillows and curtains we don't need anymore?
Okay, sure, if I can find them.
Ace is gonna go back to work. Is it Cece who's leaving?
Yeah.
That little shit.
Well, she felt awkward with you and your mom having that confrontation moment.
That's fair. Nobody wants to be around somebody who's
Yeah.
kind of, like, beefing with their parent.
So then. Nice little place you got here.
I may have ignored Serge's orders and found this really cool place.
You know he's gonna blow a gasket if he finds out about this, right?
The keyword is if.
And you know that if I don't tell him about this and he finds out about this, it could mean my job.
But Mom, you were never here.
You're asking me to lie to Serge.
But Mom, you were never here.
She is going to smile and just shrug. Fuck it, why stop now?
What? When did you ever lie to Serge?
Your mom has a history. Your mom has an interesting life. Your mom has her
You do?
secrets.
You do?
She's then going to sort of like glare at you and like pinch your pinch your ear and pull on it.
Ow!
Cheeky little fuck!
Ow, ow, ow. Okay, let go.
She'll release it. Acting like I don't have an interesting life.
I mean, to be fair, which one of us has been topside?
Well, excuse me for staying home and raising your ass so that you could go topside in the first place!
And I appreciate you every second of the day.
Before I was raising you, I was doing some wild shit. I was
Like
on the
what?
frontier days of trying to salvage and keep this place in check, finding what I could from old rundown areas. See, when the meteor first hit, the Cloysters, they didn't just hold together and just stay completely harmless. No, that shook the freaking earth. And naturally, the bases got a little shook up with them. Some walls collapsed, some machines fell into disrepair, and things needed to be set back up. So, they called on us and volunteers who were willing to go into those mines, as it were, to salvage and repair and get things up and running again. And you know your mom was one of those. Where do you think you get it from,
Well,
baby?
yeah. Grandma. I'm kidding,
She's
please
gonna-
don't hurt me.
She's gonna pinch your ear again.
He's gonna try to duck out of the way.
Athletics.
I will totally roll that. Can I do acrobatics?
Yes.
Nope, athletics is better.
Alright. Okay, she mathematically cannot beat that. You've gotten fast, you little shit!
I learned from the best.
She's gonna smile. So you have. Now give me a hug.
He's gonna hug her. So about Lavender Town.
She will hug you, and then a few seconds after she hugs you, she pinches your ear.
Aye!
But you still have some learning to do!
Yeah, apparently never trust my mother.
Wrong lesson to take from this kid.
So, we may have went to Lavender Town.
You mean, like, the ruins of Lavender Town?
No. Like, there's people, and not like tribe people, like, I hate saying this because I didn't believe until I was there, but like ghosts.
Ghosts?
Yeah. And I don't mean like Pokemon, I mean like it was as if they didn't know they died.
Damn. That place is weirder than I thought. Like, the
Oh,
record
it's
said it was
better.
spooky, but, like...
It gets better, Mom. We met the devil incarnate in Lavender Tower.
Can confirm, says Cece as she returns with another tray of lemonade. You may want to have a seat for this, she says as she makes her way, as Cece makes her way back over to you, Ace.
I don't remember all of Lavender
Yep.
Town, so I'm just gonna do clips of what I remember.
That's fine.
He's gonna tell her about the tower and then about how Professor Oak came to save them and how they narrowly escaped with the help of Mew. And then we were out here. And I still don't really know if it was real or not.
I'll be honest, I'm of two minds right now. On one hand, I don't know if I'm comfortable with you putting yourself in so much danger if the world up there is that crazy and that hostile. But at the same time, I see that you've come out of it alive and strong, and that your friends have been helping you along, and that you've grown so much and managed to get all these new Pokemon and new friends. I
Just
wish it
know,
were
Mom.
safer.
If you tell me I can't go, we both know I'm gonna find a way to sneak out and go anyway.
Well, guess that means there's only one option then. I gotta go with you.
No!
Yup, from here on out, your mom's traveling with you.
No!
Meet the newest member of Fire Team Charizard.
No,
You'd have to
Mother.
run that by Commander Surge first. Maybe I'll just trust my boy to take care of himself then.
Yeah, that might be a little bit nicer.
Why? What's wrong with talking to Surge? I just don't need him shouting and chewing my ear off about procedure and protocol and yada yada yada. Fair enough, I guess. Anyway. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep you guys. You should probably get back to your friends. I don't think that'll be a problem. We're not speaking right now.
What happened to where you and Serge aren't talking right now?
What? No, not me and Surge. Me and... well, mostly me and Layla.
Oh, out of character, I thought it was my mom saying that she's not talking to Serge.
No, yeah, no, sorry. I was doing Cece's voice. It's a little slightly higher pitched, a little more nasally than your mom, who's a little
Yeah,
lower.
and I also only had one headphone in at the moment.
Nah,
so.
it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Nix, can you take over notes for a little bit?
I got you.
Bless.
Excellent. So then, here we go. So, Cece will give you the short version for the sake of time and inform you that basically, Toshiko and Cece had sort of a fight over how trusted Zinnia could be amongst them and whether or not she's a liability, and it kind of escalated from there, and Layla even tried to slap Zinnia at one point.
So, are you gonna keep your end of the deal now?
What?
My mom, is she gonna keep her end of the deal?
Yeah, I'll talk to you tonight.
Okay.
But it sounds to me
I
like
guess-
you should go and help your friends.
I mean, I could try.
We will need to be together and on the same page if we're going to be going on our next mission. And maybe having a more neutral party would be helpful.
I mean, can't you all just agree to disagree?
You know how stubborn Layla can be.
Oh, fine. But I expect to be paid. I'll take snacks. Food is always good. And I'm hungry.
I'll talk to Jakob. I'm sure he'll be happy. And so with that, you two will head off.
Yep.
And with that, we will cut back over to Layla.
Are you back for the notes?
I am back for the notes.
Beauteous. All right, let's begin.
That's not right. So, Layla, where are you headed now?
She is headed to the medical ward to the med bay to visit her folks.
All right. So, you go over into the med bay and into the intensive care ward where you see several patients hooked up to various different machines, some in beds, just hooked up with like IVs, and others in more. I'm getting some repeat feedback from. I think it's coming from Himbo. Okay.
Some people are hooked up with IVs, some of them have EVs. It's.
God.
You leave the EVs alone.
All right.
Flippin'. Anyway, sorry about that. And some are hooked up to some more invasive machines, and like there's some like iron lungs and life support oxygen machines.
Layla mumbles under her breath. I forgot how much I hate being here.
Mm-hmm. And eventually you will come to your parents' beds. Place one beside the other. Your father is bedridden, but luckily only with a IV for the most part, and a couple wires and hoses giving him like nutrients and medicine. Your mother is full on hooked up with like an oxygen tank, and she's like barely conscious as her eyes just sort of like flutter to stay open.
Layla's gonna kind of sit beside their beds, see if they're cognizant enough to see her.
As you approach, your dad will look over slowly and he'll offer a weak smile. Layla, they send you out yet?
Yeah, I'm actually back on leave.
Oh, how time flies. Was your mission successful?
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
Good. Come over here and give your old man a hug.
Layla will comply.
You go over and you hug him, but he tries to reciprocate, but he can barely move his arms.
There's a bit of disappointment in Layla as she sighs.
Sorry, kid. I guess I'm a little... Guess I'm still recovering before I can hug you again.
Serge said you were getting better.
I am. I wasn't able to move my arms that much this morning.
It's progress.
Yeah.
How about Mom?
She's able to keep her eyes open. She misses you. Go give her a kiss.
Yeah. I'll get to that. Just... Brienne, why don't you come and say hi?
She will just sort of like waddle forward super carefully. Well, I'll be Brienne evolved.
Mm-hmm. She's gotten a lot stronger. She can punch a hole in a tank.
Yeah. Flexion. And yet she looks so timid. Layla, roll me Pokemon education or intuition.
They would have been the same.
Mm-hmm. You're still not sure why she's so timid right now.
I mean, it's a dangerous world out there. She saw me get beat up quite a bit. She doesn't like to think about it. And Layla's gonna give a comforting pet on Brienne's head.
She gives a few soothing reptilian clicks.
But if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have been able to help succeed in the mission. Honestly, if it wasn't for all of my team, I wouldn't be able to do that.
Is the air as nice up there as it is pumped down here?
Can you repeat that last one?
Yep.
I kind of cut out a little bit.
Is the air as nice up there as it is pumped down here?
Well, I mean, once you get past all the rainwater that's falling, I guess you could say it's nice.
Rainwater doesn't sound so bad.
It is kind of nice. Serge said that he's kind of filtering some of it down here. I don't know if you guys noticed the difference.
The water has tasted a little cleaner. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's just my imagination.
No, it's pure natural spring water. Nothing manufactured about it.
wish I could see it.
You will one day.
Probably not without a lot of help.
But you'll still see it.
Yeah.
Brienne can kind of feel a little bit of pressure on her back, like Layla is trying not to clench her fist.
So, is the air as nice up there as it is being pumped down here?
Dad, you just asked that.
Oh. Sorry.
Mine's still foggy.
Yeah, well, gas leak will do that to you.
They better not just be leaving you in these beds all day. They gotta give you something.
They do what they can. But we're lucky if Mom's awake for more than 2 hours at a time.
I would have thought at least that improved over time.
Give it time, kid. They say she's getting better.
Hours is better than minutes, I suppose.
Yeah. Reports say there's ghost Pokemon up there.
Layla's gonna kind of stiffen. Yeah. Yeah, there are. And yeah, they're pretty hostile.
Your father's going to look visibly uncomfortable at that. And you can even hear your mother's heart monitor begin to sort of like accelerate a little bit.
Hey, can I show you something?
Sure.
Layla's gonna take the Pokeball and let Cass out. I caught this guy. She was actually the first Pokemon that I caught up there.
Fuck, I totally forgot to move the screen up to... Oh well.
You're good.
Mm-hmm.
Her name is Cass. And she's gonna pick Cass up so that way she can show her dad.
Cute little guy. Girl.
She's been very good, and she's...
She is going to sniff his hand and sort of start licking it gently. Kind of tingles.
Well, she is an electric type, but she's been very good about it. And then she's going to gently put Cass down on the bed next to her dad.
Nice to meet you, Cass. Layla? Your mother manages to whisper
What does she whisper?
your name.
Layla's gonna immediately, like, not immediately, but kind of start heading over there. Hey, Mom.
You're going to see her smile as she holds up her gaunt, atrophied arm and puts two fingers together in the shape of a heart. Tears welling in her eyes.
Layla is trying not to well up. I know, Mom. She's gonna pick up Cass gently and she's gonna show her to her mom.
She is going to make sort of like a trembling, kissy lips motion at Cass, looking at her adoringly.
Places Cass very gently on the bed.
So cute. She whispers.
Do you want to say hi to Brienne?
Where is she? Fiction! She ever so gingerly steps over towards her. Have Brienne make me a athletics check.
Oh god.
Ooh,
Oh god. I'm a
delicate
little
motion.
I am quite scared because I don't think this is one that I want to have go so high.
Higher might be more control.
Maybe?
Cool. So, you see Brienne making her way over, and you see your mom reaching out to her. She steps forward very slowly and closely and places her head just up so that your mom can pet her. And it's very wholesome and cute. But you also see a wire from your mother's medical hookup resting on Brienne's tusk.
Layla is going to very gently try and move the wire away from Brienne's tusk.
You better not be eating stuff off the floor, I swear to God.
trying not to sever it or unhook it.
You're able to do so. And now you think you see why Brienne was so timid in here. She is an instrument of death around two of the most fragile people, yet also two of the most important people to you.
She's doing a very good job.
Rexer, you've grown so much. Both of you.
Yeah. It's good to see you up. It's good to see you awake, Mom.
And at this point,
Oh
Ace
no.
and Cece are going to enter.
Okay, that was much better than what I thought.
Being guided in by Commander Surge.
Wait a minute, what'd I do?
You asked for directions and where Layla was,
Oh, okay, that's fair.
and Surge brought you here.
I thought
I'm
I was
just-
in trouble.
No, you're fine. I'm also just kind of shorthanding things because of time.
Nope, you're totally good.
Yep.
I just thought I was in trouble.
Yep. There she is. By those two beds. Oh, right. I can't believe I forgot about this, says Cece.
If you want, you can stay in here. I have no problem going in.
No, We may have fought, but she's still my friend. And now that I remember this, I kinda get it.
Ace is gonna nod, and then he is going to walk up to Cece. Not Cece, you're Cece.
Yeah.
Walk up to Layla.
Cece is going to follow her head kind of like dropped down a bit low. Hey.
Hey.
Cece,
Hey.
says your dad. It's been a while. Yeah. Sorry. You've grown so much. Yeah, well, I rise like the tide, like my dad says. Hey, Layla.
Hey, Cece.
So, Layla, we got so much work done, and
Yeah.
we got
What was that?
I said, and we got a couch.
Sounds good. I'll be along to see it in a minute.
Do you need any help here?
I think I'm fine. I think I know how to talk to my folks.
Why are you getting snippy with me? I just wanted to know.
Fuck. I'll be... Can you just give me a minute, please? Like, Layla looks like she's trying not to snap, and she doesn't know how to apologize, but she doesn't want to have an outburst in front of her parents.
Mm-hmm.
Ace is going to lightly take Cece's arm and not drag her, but like guide her.
Oh, she is already on her way out.
Awesome. So
We'll see you outside, Layla.
Yeah.
And so with that, Jakob, you up for some stuff, or are you still indisposed?
Now with less feedback action, yes.
Fantastic. All right, so after dinner, where does Jakob go?
Well, I figure things have been pretty sensitive this time with Layla, so I'm unsure where I would find Toshiko, but it's a good bet. If anything, that trying to find Toshiko usually goes best towards her lab or towards the lab in general.
Cool. So you make your way towards the lab, and there you find Professor Cypress, who tells you that Toshiko had planned on visiting her folks after dinner. And then, shortly after that, you hear a very distant and muffled but rumbling hum, followed by a slight tremor that shakes the Cloyster area a little bit.
Approximate direction? Like,
Due east.
Is that also the direction that Toshi's folks would be?
Professor Cypress confirms this.
I'm gonna head that way.
All right.
I'm not gonna stress. I'm not gonna run fast or anything. I imagine that Cloyster security is probably more excited about getting there first.
Yeah, more or less. Though by the time that you arrive, you will see several security officers sort of like clearing away, some confused, others a little like disgruntled, and others in good spirits.
Well, people usually aren't in good spirits after a gunfight, so at least it's not that bad.
And then after they leave, you will see Toshiko's father, Orville, waved to you with a smile. Hey there! Jakob, right?
Yes, good evening, Orville. How are you today?
I'm doing great, actually. Toshiko's just inside. Come on in. She just showed us a new technique that she could do, though I kind of caused a bit of a stir.
Oh, no, that must have been what I was hearing. That's very interesting. Please, let's go find out some more.
Right this way. And so he will bring you inside.
To see Toshi high on her own power.
Toshiko, like, very apologetic to the nice security man. Like, I'll clear out the plants, it'll be fine. I'm very sorry for making it.
Yeah. At this point, your mom's also just sort of like holding you and like reassuringly like comforting you and giving you positive stimulation. It's okay, dear. It's okay. You're fine. You're not in trouble. Nothing got broken and no one got hurt.
Jakob, I did a Z move!
Yeah, everybody knows.
Oh, yeah.
Hate you. Seki sort of like apologetically squeaks.
We're all quite proud of you, but, maybe not inside next time.
I didn't know how big it would be.
And then Zinnia will also sort of like manifest as well. Yeah, I'm not devoid of responsibility for this either. I'd never actually seen a Z move myself, so I knew they'd be big, but not that big.
We learned, we gained information that we shouldn't do it inside.
Well, yeah, definitely as far as things go, maybe outside next time. But otherwise, it's been a little bit of time since we last talked. How have you been? There's been a bit of tension between you and Layla, and I'm just trying to check in.
Toshiko, like halfway through your sentence, she just completely jumps tracks, and she gently pulls out the egg that she had just been given, and like holds it close, but like shows it.
All right, yeah. So she holds out the egg.
Do you know what kind of egg that is?
Toshiko nods and turns to Cleo over on the other side of the room.
Mm-hmm. God of War.
Well, it's a very important thing you've been trusted with, Toshi, so I'm glad to see
Toshiko
it.
nods emphatically.
And now she is holding the egg.
Can't say this won't complicate things, but we'll burn that bridge when we get to it.
God of War.
Well, so, Toshi, I don't know the best way to approach this, but the way that you interact with others now is so much beyond what any of the rest of us can understand. I was wondering if, is there any kind of way that you can help us to feel that same way that you feel when you interact with other Pokemon, with ghosts, with, Zinnia, anything like that? I think that a lot of what Layla is having an issue with is not necessarily being able to feel that same trust that you feel.
Toshiko ponders. And for a while, she's just like considering and thinking, and yeah. I could try.
No, that's all I'm asking. Anything to maybe help bridge this gap? Anything is beneficial.
I'll think about it. I'll think about it.
I appreciate that. This commotion doesn't need to keep going on between you two, so the sooner we can figure out a way to end it, the better. But it's not something to rush either, so do take your time.
Cleo will put an encouraging hand on Toshiko's shoulder.
Jakob.
Yes.
You've always been... It seems like you've been really good at being able to say things. Like... in trying to voice the connection that I feel, it'll be a lot of descriptions of emotions, mostly, I would think.
Gardevoir. Gardevoir sort of like motions eagerly towards herself.
The light bulb goes off, and Toshi points. Maybe, Cleo, if you'd be willing, maybe with Cleo's help, she might be able to use a telepathic link to put a person into the channel, sort of. Like the connection I had with Cleo when I was growing up, the telepathic connection isn't the same as channeling, but would probably be helpful. Oh, thank you, Cleo. That's a great idea.
It's very
Cleo
hard
nods and
for
bows.
us. You understand exactly the kind of person that Layla is. Layla is very much realistic about what they can see and interact and deal with, what they can affect directly, and this is new. This channeling isn't something that any of us can do anything with aside from just yourself, so there's a lot of faith that we are being asked to constantly extend out to you, which I'm happy to do, but some others may require more, perhaps a bit more from it, a bit more evidence from this channeling to make them feel comfortable.
Okay. Well, if you'd be okay with it, Cleo.
Cleo's already heading for the door as you say that.
Now? Toshi will grab another cookie off the table and just kind of stuff it into her mouth as she gets up to follow.
It's definitely faster than I thought, but okay.
Gardevoir looks sort of like confused. Gardevoir?
Well, yes, it is important that we show them and help them understand. I guess I thought that we'd do it with training tomorrow morning, but no, yeah, the sooner the better. No, you're right. You're right.
Definitely the sooner the better. We want to clear all of this kind of thing up before we head out to try and meet up with the other Cloyster, and I'm sure Serge wants us to get on that as soon as possible.
Do you know where they are?
Gardevoir.
The other Cloyster or who?
Sensei.
Hello, I'm here, Toshiko. How can I help you?
Do you do you know where Layla and Cece and Ace are at the moment?
Why, yes, I can track their Pokemon, their Pokegears. Let's see. Well, they're within the Cloyster, and they're... Oh my goodness. They're in the medical ward. The intensive care room.
Would
Please don't
Toshi
give her a heart attack.
like I'm trying to determine if Toshi would be like, "Oh no, did something happen since dinner?" Or would Toshi know of a connection?
I'm gonna leave that up to Layla if she was like...
That's fair.
Yeah.
I feel like this is an incident that only those who are really close to her would know about it. Like, Cece would know.
Yeah.
Ace might know.
Toshi is concerned that somebody got injured.
I'm not sure Ace would actually like. I'm sure you've mentioned something, but I don't think like we've gone in about it because you gotta understand Ace
Yeah.
isn't always the most mature.
Yeah, I'd say Ace is like... Sorry.
I think Ace knows something happened to Layla's parents, but he doesn't know the whole story.
He's got like a vague idea
Yeah.
of it from just like exposure.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, he's gonna ask questions to you now, but he's not gonna like bombard them with you because his mama raised him better than that.
Anyway, we're on a good roll, so let's keep it going.
So yeah, Toshi bolts, sending frantic message, like, "Are you okay? Is everything like? I'm on my way. Don't be dead."
Gardevoir! She's gonna run out. She's gonna sort of like glide after Toshi and like levitate her slightly to keep her from like running through the halls.
Jakob will just sigh deeply, put his hands in his pockets, and walk to the next location rather than running everywhere, potentially causing a slip and fall injury and a visit from OSHA.
Come with me, and you'll be
Well, in this world, it might be
in a
Posha.
world of OSHA violations.
Well, in this world, it might be Posha.
Raging.
Telekinetic encouragement, Toshi probably slows down a little,
Yeah.
but is very concerned.
Yeah, I know. Toshi can still like walk fast or walk briskly, but like Gardevoir is still going to correct her because she's still got that nanny instinct.
And Toshi follows the correction.
Yep.
But like Cece's Pokegear is definitely like ping,
Yep.
ping, ping.
And back over with CC and Ace. It's... Huh? She's gonna look at her Pokegear. It's Toshiko. She's... Oh dear. And then she's gonna start like messaging Toshiko. We're fine. It's not what you think. Come here and I'll explain everything. But come here calmly. Do not rush.
What's going on?
Looks like the band's getting back together.
They're on their way?
Yeah. I'll explain when they get here if Layla isn't back out by then.
I mean, if it's Layla's business, it probably would be best to She herself explained it. I'd be kind of mad if somebody was sharing my business.
You're right, and I know that. But it also feels like this is something the team should know one way or the other. And so, eventually you will all reunite. Accompanied by a Gardevoir.
Toshi and Jakob will probably see Layla, like they'll see Ace and Susie outside, but they'll see Layla just kind of sitting next to two incredibly frail, bedridden people.
Yeah, probably through a window in the other room.
Like, maybe not even that much detail, because, like, medbay, like, especially in ICU, those people are in precarious position, and you don't just get any visitors or whatever. So,
That's fair.
Curtains far into the room, like, we're outside.
Got it.
Hey guys, and Gardevoir. Gardevoir.
Oh,
Gardevoir waves.
Cleo, my mother's Gardevoir. She kind of helped raise me and is part of why I'm
That's so cool!
connected with Pokemon.
Oh my gosh, you're so pretty! Gardevoir. Gardevoir will sort of like blush and rub the back of her crest. Thank you for raising Toshiko. She's awesome. Gardevoir.
Toshiko has been fumbling through her Pokegear and pulls up a photo of a young Toshi wearing a little dress, trying to look like Gardevoir.
I'm Cece.
One of the
it's so
photos
nice to meet you.
Yeah, on the walls back home.
Yep. Oh my goodness, that's adorable!
Now you've done it.
But nothing grievous happened between dinner and now? Everyone's okay?
Yeah, no, everyone in the team is fine. It's just, well, without going into too much detail beyond my bounds, Layla's folks had suffered some bad
Toshiko puts up a
injuries
hand. You don't have to. It's
when she was a little girl. That's really all I can say.
yeah. I don't want to pry. I just want to be here. I was thinking that with Cleo's help, I might be able to let you see my connection with how channeling works.
Meanwhile, inside with Layla, Brienne's suddenly going to sort of like perk her head up and look towards the door.
Eh?
As will Cass. And Cass is going to sort of like jump off the bed and start moving towards the door.
What's up?
Cass is looking like she's getting a little excited.
A loose Zap dog in an ICU. Get that dog in a Pokeball.
Yup.
She's being a good girl.
Looks up to you as you see Cass just sort of like pawing at the door.
Hey, well, alright, just give me a moment, okay?
Sounds like she wants to go out.
Yeah. Yeah, she does.
It's okay, Layla. We'll be here. Don't worry.
But I'm afraid if I leave, you guys are vacation, and I won't know where you went.
We're your parents. It's our job to make sure you don't get lost.
Yeah.
Surge is then going
Vacation,
to open the door.
Layla will stand at attention.
At ease. Your team's here. They seem worried about you.
Layla seethes a little.
Want me to tell them to...
Thank you, sir.
I can send them away.
No, this is a long time coming. I'll be out in a minute.
He'll nod.
Take your time.
Thank you, sir.
And so,
Layla will
go
rub
on.
her face and turn around. I guess that means visiting hours are over.
Thanks for stopping by, sweetie. We love you. We're so proud.
She breathes and forces a weak, pathetic laugh of joy.
I swear to God, if you make me cry tonight, I am going to bring hell upon you.
I'd apologize, but it would
Layla
only
is
be
gonna-
half true. Go on.
Layla is gonna go and kiss her mom on the forehead. And then she'll do the same with her dad.
So as you go to kiss your mom on the forehead, you will suddenly feel a cold and bony hand brush your cheek as she smiles and kisses back through the mask. And as you go to say goodbye to your dad, you finally actually feel him manage to throw his arms around you in a hug.
Got it. Told you I'm getting better.
Never doubted you for a second, Pops.
Bullshit.
I'm sorry, Toro shit.
You really want to call Toro shit on me?
Go on then, kid. Don't keep him waiting.
I know. And Layla is gonna open the door.
Alright. Outside, you will see your team and Gardevoir, apparently.
In the intervening time, not prying, but really excited to share, Toshi might have asked Cece if she wanted to see what it was like.
CC will have said she thinks it's best if we wait for everyone.
Toshi looks very
Layla's
excited.
gonna
Jason.
kind of look awkward. Please don't tell me this is some kind of intervention.
I mean, it can be if you want it to be.
That's not the impression I got. Apparently, it's actually kind of the opposite.
I have difficulty communicating on a good day. Toshiko kind of laughs a little. But Jakob had an idea, and Cleo had an idea. Layla, this is Cleo. Cleo, this is Layla. My mom's Gardevoir is telepathic and was able to link with me as a child before I could channel. And if I channel her and she links with somebody, they would be able perhaps to feel what I feel in a way that I have difficulty putting into words.
And I just tagged along because we asked Professor Grand Oak where everybody was, and CC and AJ were in the infirmary, and we thought that they had kissed each other into the emergency room.
What?
Cece's just gonna go white as a ghost.
His voice is definitely keep that crack right there. I mean, like, that was perfect.
And you like see Pollywag's eyes just go like bloodshot wide.
It's good to see you're all okay, though.
Maybe not after that.
Why does no one believe me?
Yeah, boy. Cece just sort of like giggles to her. Not Cece. Zinnia just sort of giggles to herself.
CC, confirm that we are just friends.
Yes. Can confirm. Anyway, we're here for a reason.
What does that mean?
It means Toshiko has a point to make, and we're moving on to the next subject.
Toshiko, do your thing.
Boy, I didn't know the Cloyster was paradise, because there sure is some trouble in paradise right now.
Cleo, how many people do you think you'd be able to link at once? Will this be showing one person at a time, or?
God of War. And then suddenly, you all feel a connection to one another, as if you were kind of all just within the same person.
There is a part of Layla that looks very uncomfortable.
Oh no, AJ looks very uncomfortable too, don't worry.
There's a small hint of confusion and just an outpouring of the compassion and empathy that, like, Toshi's good vibes, as she's recognizing that there are connections. Nothing is shared that isn't here. I can post the channel thing.
Cool. And
Can Toshi feel what other people are feeling?
Not unless you send it necessarily. That's why I'm checking the channeler feature for wording.
It may communicate intentions, emotions, and motivations.
So it may communicate intentions, emotions, and motivations. So this is an invitation, not
not an invasion.
Not an invasion.
Layla's mind is going to be very guarded.
Gardevoir's going to look somewhat sympathetically at Layla.
Jakob will just kind of float into it.
Mm-hmm. Cece goes with the flow.
Ace is going to be very confused but open.
All right.
Still slightly uncomfortable. Ow.
And Zinnia will allow herself in through you, Toshiko.
Yep.
Layla does not take the invitation.
She looks sympathetically back towards Toshiko, and Clea shakes her head.
Let's see. So Toshiko's intention is to get the party to see how she connects with Pokemon, and her emotion is like kind of hopeful that she might be able to communicate better like this.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just a little bit of confusion that even with this kind of direct connection to intuition, not quite certain how to convince or whether convincing is necessary. Toshi's slightly confused, but well-intentioned.
Gardevoir is going to convey that Layla's mind is very protected and closed off.
You don't have to share anything if you don't want to. I just wanted you to see how I see.
Like with glasses, or...
Layla sighs. Sorry, I'm also catching up on that real quick.
So good. As you sigh, Gardevoir will look to you once more as if, like, asking.
You know, it's kind of interesting. It's like you're seeing, as cliche as it sounds, it's almost like you're seeing with your heart instead of with your eyes.
I don't think I could have put it better myself, Jakob, says Cece.
That actually makes complete sense.
And if I concentrate really hard, sometimes I almost feel like I can directly see, like I might be able to directly see through those I've linked up with.
It's 10 o'clock, so 15-minute warning, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks. Layla is gonna look at Toshi. I'm going to trust in the rest of my team that they are comfortable with this. I am not. And if you want to know why, that and there is why. This isn't something I'm ready for. I can't guarantee I ever will be.
There's immediate, like, sort of, we don't have to do this, like, they're that sort of feeling of, if you're not into it, we don't have to.
Gardevoir nods in understanding as well.
I, on the other hand, Toshi, think it's pretty cool. It's something different. And when you don't know what to say, you
Gardevoir.
There is a brief moment in Layla where it looks like that her eyes are about to well up.
And Psyche's floating. Like, doesn't that just feel so cool?
You know, I think we'll have an opportunity to do this again soon, won't we? It's getting kind of late.
Yes.
It depends on how soon we're asked to leave. But
Well, it's getting kind of late. Layla, do you need to be walked back to your room?
I won't say no.
Maybe we can all walk together. I mean, we all live generally the same direction.
I'd actually
I think
kinda
that'd be
like that.
nice. Yeah, that'd be nice.
You guys can also help me come up with dinner ideas. Cook dinner.
Magics!
You
Looks like
missed dinner.
Looks like you said the magic word, Ace. Cece says, looking to Munchlax, who's just like staring wide open, mouth watering slowly but surely.
Or maybe I said the cursed word.
Well, Layla, I'll give you as much time as you need, and then just let me know.
You guys haven't seen the new base yet, have you?
That's right!
What do you mean?
Visible confusion.
Ace, the base.
I
Oh,
saw
like the base? Like what we were...
Yeah, that.
I mean, Layla, if you want, we can show them, or we can wait until you're, at least, I guess, feeling a little better.
I need a distraction.
And honestly, I think this
Then I
might be...
can't wait to show you guys what we did.
I think this might actually be a good way to bring us together a bit.
Toshiko, you can't tell anybody. I mean it.
Toshiko blinks.
Gardevoir. Gardevoir says in like sort of like an oh boy gesture. Just like slow turning to Toshiko wide-eyed. Raichu gives you reassuring pets.
I won't do it on purpose.
It's at this
You
point
can't do
that
it on accident either.
it's at this point that Layla's gonna.
Go on, Layla.
It's at this point that Layla will take. Oh my goodness, bless you.
Thank you.
It's a. bleh. Now I can't word. Fuck. It's at this point where Layla is going to take the luxury ball and let Angel back out.
And so, sent out from her Pokeball for the very first time as officially Layla's Pokemon emerges Angel the Dreepy. Looks around at everyone, feels the vibes a bit. Dreepy is
this the
much
thing we were
happier.
Is this the thing we were chucking like a football?
Yes.
It sure is. Toshi channels
God
Dreepy so that Dreepy can connect with everyone that is willingly still connected.
Oh my god, is this what innocence feels like?
And energetic
Of course you
exuberance.
would have not have any. Of course you wouldn't have any innocence.
That's not what I meant!
Layla's just gonna nuzzle against Angel. Oh my god, that purr was so cute.
I know. Are we walking towards the base or are we walking home?
Talking.
We're walking. At this
Walking
point, you
and
guys will be
talking.
heading towards the base.
Okay.
And so, as our heroes walk off to their new secret base within the base,
The kissing booth.
after a tumultuous fight, our heroes finally stand reunited, if only for the moment. But a moment is a step towards progress. And that progress will continue, with any luck, as the journey continues.
I feel so much better.
I'm really glad to hear that.
Only 5 Poke Dollars for a kiss.
So, what did we all think of tonight?
Hot
I have the
dang.
most girliest sneeze.
Apparently.
That was way more emotion and exposition than I was prepared for at the start of the day, but hey, it's happened.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
sorry,
feeling
not
that
sorry
MVP.
about that, but I mean, you gotta admit it was very good and compelling development for Layla.
Oh, dang, yeah.
And we didn't even get to explain what happened to them. Oh, somebody's got to have the tragic backstory. It might as well be me.
Sounds
that's
ghost-related.
new.
What's going
Was
what
that-
were you saying, Himbo?
I was saying, oh, that's new. You having a tragic backstory in a RPG.
Oh no. Somebody's got to have it.
I mean, if you're good at something, why reinvent the wheel?
I also like
So, how
that
about
because
Sports game.
because they're like so, injured and delirious. You can just ask the same question multiple times in a row, and they'll be like, "You just asked that," and be like, "No, I didn't." Yes, you did. I don't remember. No, I didn't. Answer it.
Oh my god. Well, but yeah, that aside, I had a lot of fun tonight too, and I think the storytelling was actually really cinematic and well executed, and everyone. I like how we were able to put the scenes together in a way that really seemed to flow, and no scene seemed to take up too much time or overstay its welcome. And I think everyone got the time that they needed to shine for the episode.
Oh
was a lot
yeah,
of fun.
absolutely. Good night, Laxby. Thanks for
Night,
joining.
Laxby.
Good night, Laxby.
Yep. And also, the fucking Z move. That was fucking awesome.
Like maybe outside.
Yeah. But that's also just so perfectly Toshiko. She's so
Like-
she's so excited
I have
about
a
whether or
room.
not she should. She doesn't think about whether she's so excited if she could. She doesn't think about whether or not she should.
I
Dude.
could not if you used a Z move electric type, you could have literally blown out part of the grid permanently.
Dude.
Well, good thing she. Oh wait, does she have Electrium Z?
No, the
no,
only
I think
one
we
we've
only
got
have
is
Gracium
Gratium,
Z.
Yeah, that's
but
right.
soon.
Also, it could have been worse. One of us could have had a Mega Stone and, tried out Mega Gyarados.
Oh, that.
Anger forever. Grrr.
Yup. Gyarados, Mega Gyarados is just psychotic pure rage.
Oh my god, I cannot wait for Mega Gyarados.
Mega Evolution's gonna be so cool. I fucking love Mega Evolution. But also, I love you guys, my players, and I love all my viewers, who I just want to say thank you so much for watching. If you're watching on Twitch, feel free to follow me for more streams in the future, and if you're watching on YouTube, make sure that you like this video and leave a comment below. I'd be eager to hear your thoughts and ideas and speculations about the game so far, and make sure that you hit that subscribe button so that you can subscribe to the channel for more content. Make sure you click the bell as well, if that's still a thing. And until next week, good night everybody, and happy Pokemon!
See you at the kissing fort. 5 polka dollars for a kiss.
Mwah. Good night, everybody.
Come on by and see the opening act where CC and Ace make out. What?!
Oh god.
Oh,
Oh boy.
he has so much more he wants to know.
Bye everybody. Hopefully we'll be out of the cloister next session.
Bye guys!